Wait a minute. It's the light, the switch is good. It's the front row of cables. Like the front row closest to the windows, basically closest to the screens and stuff, stage. It looks like just those ones are off, and it's almost like every other one's off. I don't move for the reason I was trying to. Did they take the light bulbs out? Does that ring? Does that ring? It's almost like it looks like they're on, but there's no light bulbs in there. They're doing some stuff. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'll let them know that you're working on it or whatever. Yeah, just a couple, but they're not great. Okay, let me know if I can help. All right, maybe. Be brave on certain parts. Started here. I'll let them know. It'll be here. Yes.
Yeah, so like, you want to talk about it? Yeah. Yeah. But then I just. You're like,
Okay.
yeah. The problem is,
One. Well, hang on a second. I just want to, hang on. I was gonna go. But since that. And, all of. The year should be ready, but. She did. But she didn't say so that. Right. Yes, not sitting on the side. You know what? I mean, she didn't say there was something else. That was like that. Yeah, so that's. But I'm good. Yeah. And she also really liked. A lot of. First people. She didn't say just like that. She felt like it was much. That's you still look at it and have your words like that. Never had that. That's fine. They can get like. You know what, Laura, did, I love these financial, but look at this, whatever. It's truly an important thing. Somewhat deputy. Let's say, no.
Wow.
You stop, you did not go wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah. It does seem to be. It does seem to be. No, but I'm. Well, let's not say that used to be. The world is that's the thing.
I don't know that. En la punta de yo. Pero tienen claro. And I'm like, okay, let's buy it. You know, no, es que nosotros vamos a video para well, yo voy a poner no quiero tirar porque yo ya hice y no me gustó. Siento que cuando es como, o sea, sí, pero para nosotros también la derecha y ¿verdad? Es más bien como recuerdan que los tienen cada seguridad de humano. Sí, no,
That's.
I just haven't been.
Well.
Oh, yeah. No.
Hola, ¿cómo quiero? Ah, no, a ver, no, déjame. Ay, con la vaca. Ah, ¿dónde está? Conference, yes, Spanish. Ok. ¿Se escucha? Ah, ok, sí, se escucha. So for those, welcome. These are the pre-conference sessions in Spanish. My name is Mariana, and for those that are here that speaks English, our translators didn't get here in time, but we're gonna have Lourdes translating the Spanish session to English. And for those of you that speak English, they're gonna be transmitted in Ballroom 2. And so you can, through a Zoom meeting. So if you speak English and would like to listen to the Paula's presentation in English, please go to Ballroom 2. If you would like to listen in Spanish, please stay here. I'll give you all 2 minutes to migrate. Ok, buenas tardes a todos y bienvenidos a las sesiones en español de la Dairy, Calf and Heifer Association. Es un gusto verlos aquí y es el segundo año consecutivo que la DCHA ofrece estas presentaciones en nuestro idioma. La excelente participación del año pasado motivó a la asociación a continuar fortaleciendo esta iniciativa y nos alegra contar con su presencia nuevamente. Estas sesiones son únicas en la industria, no existen en otros espacios como este, ni en el sector lechero ni en el sector de la carne. Enfocados específicamente en quienes crían becerras tanto productores como encargados de la crianza a lo largo y ancho del país, e inclusive contamos con asistentes que vienen de lugares fuera de Estados Unidos como Argentina y Brasil. Los temas que vamos a tratar han sido seleccionados por su relevancia actual y su impacto en la salud, el crecimiento y el bienestar de los animales. Nuestro objetivo es brindarles herramientas prácticas basadas en ciencia que puedan aplicar en sus sistemas. Les recuerdo también que las presentaciones a lo largo de la conferencia el día de mañana y el jueves contarán con traducción simultánea, así que pueden seguir el contenido en español sin problema, sin importar el idioma. Y si en algún momento tienen dudas o necesitan ayuda, por favor no duden en contactarme. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros y espero que disfruten las sesiones. Para la primera sesión del día de hoy tenemos a Paola, que va a hablar de la percepción del dolor en becerras y cómo prevenirlo. Paola trabaja para Michigan State University como extensionista. Ella obtuvo su grado de veterinaria en Chile y tiene una maestría en la universidad por la Universidad de Colorado State. Actualmente se encuentra trabajando en su programa de doctorado en Michigan State y su investigación se basa en la eficiencia de la leche. Trabaja como extensionista, educa muchos de los lugares de los establos y en la educación. Entonces, Paola, te cedo el estrado y por favor, muchas gracias por estar aquí. Muchísimas gracias. No necesitas micrófono, creo que lo tienes.
No, sí funciona. Gracias. Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Primero los invito, si quieren, a ponerse más cerca, si es que los acomoda, los latinos, y ahora que estamos puros casi latinos acá, podemos estar más cómodos, más juntos. Como Mariana me presentó, si yo soy médico veterinaria, mi maestría la hice enfocada en epidemiología de animales lactantes y ahora me encuentro trabajando como extensionista y haciendo mi doctorado. Y por no crean que soy experta en dolor y en becerras, es más que nada, yo siempre he tenido un interés en cuanto a la mejora del bienestar animal que nosotros tenemos como industria. Ya ahora mi trabajo actual se enfoca en cuanto a investigación y trabajo en consultorías como en eficiencia de leche, calidad de leche, todo con lo que pasa en la sala de ordeño, pero sí hice un trabajo anteriormente con descorne y mitigación de dolor, entonces por eso es que me pidieron que presentara este tema, pero si hay algún experto acá, por favor no me pregunten nada porque no voy a saber la respuesta. Y fue un súper buen ejercicio hacer esta presentación porque me recordó que si bien como industria vamos como en la dirección correcta, tenemos mucho por hacer en cuanto a becerritas y el dolor, ¿ok? Para aclarar algo acá, ¿todos trabajamos en la industria directa o indirectamente con animales? ¿Sí? ¿Todos? Perfecto, ya. Démosle. Como para empezar, la base, voy a mencionar algunas cosas como base de esta presentación. Y eso es, la primera es el bienestar animal. Nosotros tenemos que asegurar o hacer lo posible para asegurar las 5 libertades de los animales de granja que aseguren un mejor bienestar animal. Y estas son que nuestros animales estén libres de sed y de hambre, que estén libres de incomodidad, libres de dolor, nuestro tema, y de lesiones y enfermedades, libre de expresar un comportamiento normal, que para eso también podemos hablar mucho, y libre de miedo, de angustia. Si cumplimos con estas libertades, ya vamos a hacer como alcanzar el mínimo de de lo que nosotros le podemos ofrecer a estos animales para que tengan esto estándar de bienestar animal. Are you guys here to English or Spanish? Okay, awesome, perfect. Y la otra cosa que sí tenemos que tener como base de esta conversación es que el ganado sí siente dolor, ya sean becerritas, vacas o toros de más de 2.000 libras, todos sienten dolor. Ahora el tema es cómo expresan este dolor y cómo nosotros lo podemos identificar, pero el hecho de que lo sienten, sí. Porque muchas veces he escuchado en los ranchos es que, no, que el animal es duro o rústico, no le duele nada. Eso es como una misconcepción que tenemos bien grande y que mucha gente la tiene todavía y que debemos cambiar. ¿Qué es el dolor? Es, número uno, súper difícil de definir porque es bastante subjetivo. Cómo lo sentimos, cómo distintas personas lo sienten y cómo nosotros como humanos, que tenemos obviamente más avanzado nuestro intelecto, podemos pasar esto a los animales. Entonces, esta definición se adaptó de una definición que se hizo para los humanos hacia los animales en general, no solo los de granja. Y se definió como una experiencia sensorial negativa causada por una lesión real o potencial que resulta en cambios psicológicos, neuroendocrinos y de comportamiento que indican una respuesta de estrés. Esto es lo más técnico que voy a hablar hoy día. Aquí se queda. Resalté la parte negativa de esto. Obviamente que nosotros no queremos sentir dolor, nosotros. Si ustedes, los que son padres, si ustedes pudieran hacer algo en sus vidas para evitarles el dolor a sus hijos por el resto de su vida, lo harían, ¿cierto? Es algo que no queremos presente en nuestras vidas y como nosotros como cuidadores o como personas que trabajan en la industria, no queremos que nuestros animales a nuestro cuidado experimenten. Y potencial también, que lo voy a discutir en un poquito, en unas diapositivas después. Les pregunté hace un segundo si es que todos aquí trabajan directa o indirectamente con animales. Y todos respondieron que sí, ¿cierto? Incluso aquí los señores que trabajan en la parte audiovisual trabajan bastante en nuestra industria y se benefician de la industria ganadera. Es nuestra responsabilidad hacer que en lo que esté posible que los animales no sientan dolor en su vida productiva. Más allá de los resultados que sí hay asociaciones negativas en cuanto a métricas productivas con el dolor, solo como por bienestar animal nosotros debemos asegurar que los animales no sientan dolor en lo mayor posible en las cosas que nosotros podemos controlar. Y una de las grandes dificultades que tiene toda la investigación que hay en dolor, al menos en humanos, es que les mencioné que es algo bastante personal, bastante subjetivo. Entonces, si nosotros exponemos a una persona a un mismo procedimiento o a un mismo manejo o tienen una misma lesión, distintas personas, distintos individuos van a sentir distintos dolores. Eso es lo que nosotros decimos que tenemos el umbral del dolor, ¿cierto? Lo que a mí me puede doler muy poquito, a otra persona le puede doler mucho, y eso es normal. Los umbrales existen, pero esos también representan una dificultad cuando se les quiere dar mitigaciones de dolor a los humanos y quizás también representa, o asumo que también representa un reto cuando hablamos de dolor en animales. El rol de protección del dolor. Esto creo que lo aprendemos nosotros bien chiquititos, o al menos así yo lo aprendí en mi casa. Pongo el ejemplo de cuando mi mamá se tomaba un café. Que no te acerques al café, que no te acerques al café porque te puedes quemar, que te puedes quemar. Que finalmente me hizo mi mamá, mete el dedo dentro del café, me di cuenta que sí estaba caliente, quema, saco la mano y ya uno aprende que el café está caliente y te puede quemar. No tuve una quemadura, no me pasó nada, me dolió en el momento, pero el dolor inicial nos ayuda a responder y alejarnos de esa amenaza que nos puede causar un mayor daño potencial. Entonces, esto es lo que se llama el rol protectivo del dolor, que si resulta... Oh, can we go back one? Can we go back? Oh, red, I remember now. So, ¿qué le pasa a este gatito que tiene frío, se quiere acercar mucho a la estufa, y no sé si pueden ver bien ahí que le está saliendo humo, hasta que sintió el dolor y se escapó, ¿cierto? No tuvo una quemadura ni de primero, segundo, tercer grado, nada, pero sí sintió dolor. Y ese dolor hizo que el gato se removiera, se alejara de esta amenaza que tiene ahí cerca. Este es el rol, como un ejemplo muy claro del rol protectivo del dolor. Y ahora nos vamos a mover a percepción. Esto quizás fue como lo más difícil de hacer para esta presentación, porque la parte de neurología yo la vi, que no es lo más relacionado a mi tema, que es de la bajada de la leche y de la oxitocina y todo esto yo lo vi más de 10 años atrás. Entonces fue como que me tuve que meter de nuevo en estos temas, pero espero que resulte como lo voy a explicar, ¿ya? Entonces aquí lo que quería demostrar es un poquito el sistema nervioso de la vaca. Tenemos el cerebro, la cabeza, que está dentro del cráneo, y eso se comunica con, el cerebro se comunica con la médula espinal. La médula espinal está adentro de la columna vertebral, de todas las vértebras, adentro de la vértebra va todo este cordón del sistema nervioso, y de todas las vértebras y también del cerebro se salen decenas, miles, no sé cuántos, no les voy a inventar un número, pero muchas nervios y terminaciones nerviosas que al final lo que hacen es conectar, comunicar cada centímetro cuadrado de piel que tenga la vaca o nosotros, todos los músculos, todo está conectado mediante el sistema nervioso, ¿ya? Y esto es crucial para toda la percepción de los estímulos a nuestro alrededor, es esencial para todo, pero en el caso de lo que vamos a hablar hoy día es para los estímulos que tenemos en el exterior y también en el interior. Entonces, ¿cómo funciona esto? Y esto es lo que me van a decir ustedes si está bien o si está mal, ¿ok? Cuando hay un estímulo, pensemos, le agarramos la cola a la vaca. ¿Okay? Le agarramos la cola a la vaca lo va, las terminaciones nerviosas que están en la cola de la vaca van a comunicar esto. Esta comunicación se va a mover mediante la médula espinal y eventualmente va a llegar al cerebro. Si bien nosotros tocamos a la vaca en la cola, la percepción, todo eso ocurre en el cerebro de la vaca. Y la otra alternativa es que ocurra más directamente, si es más cerca o dependiendo de qué estímulo es, la comunicación puede ser de estímulo, terminación nerviosa y directo al cerebro. Otra forma de mostrar esto es estímulo, captación del estímulo, transmisión del estímulo, percepción del estímulo y la respuesta al estímulo. Jorge, ¿cómo llegaste hoy día?
¿Bien?
¿Sí?
¿Ya llegué o cómo?
No, ¿cómo estás? ¿Bien? ¿Llegaste bien?
Bien, muy
¿Todo bien? Dame esos 5. Gracias por venir. ¿Qué? ¿Qué pasó ahí? ¿Qué estímulos tuvimos? ¿Ah? ¿Tacto? ¿Qué otro estímulo tuvimos? Auditivo, muy bien. ¿Y qué otro estímulo? Visual. 3 estímulos, ¿cierto? Entonces, todo eso, ¿qué captó? El estímulo auditivo, visual y tacto cuando hicimos el high five. Las respuestas son distintas dependiendo del estímulo, pero así ocurren. Y aunque el high five, el dame esos 5, ocurrió en la mano, la percepción fue en el cerebro. Un poquito más de lo mismo. Y otros ejemplos de cómo funciona esta percepción de estímulos es el gusto, visión, tacto y dolor, que el dolor es el que nos trae a esta presentación. Ahora, pongámoslos en las becerras, ¿cierto? Basta de nosotros. Si ponemos un ejemplo con el descorne, que es lo que hay más publicaciones, más estudios, ¿cómo ocurre esto? El fierro caliente va a ser el estímulo. Y específicamente ese fierro caliente es la temperatura. La transmisión del estímulo va a ocurrir, como les expliqué ya, y va a haber una percepción del dolor. ¿Se queda ahí el descorne? No, ¿cierto? Ocurre otra cosa. Hay otro estímulo que genera el dolor. Eso va a ser con el fierro caliente. Destruimos además el tejido. O sea, tenemos, además de la quemadura que es por la temperatura, tenemos destrucción del tejido, que es lo que queremos hacer para lograr este descorne eficiente o efectivo. Va a haber inflamación debido a esta destrucción y luego se va a transmitir este estímulo al cerebro de la becerrita y se va a sentir este dolor. Ahora, cuando queremos hablar más, indagar más en dolor, lo podemos clasificar de distintas formas. Una de esas formas es el origen del dolor. Quizás con el que nosotros más estamos familiarizados en cuanto a los animales es el dolor corporal o somático. Este dolor ocurre en la piel, músculo o articulaciones o también huesos. ¿Y cómo funciona? Algunos ejemplos de lo que nosotros vemos en los ranchos, acá no se ve muy bien la foto, pero uno es el descorne, que ya lo vimos, infección de ombligo, infección de piel, infección de articulaciones, que es bien común, como se ve ahí en esa foto, fracturas, heridas y etcétera. ¿Okay? Y aquí como una nota. Esto es un poco basado en quizá años de trabajar con animales, de saber un poco de fisiología, pero esto no pude encontrar mucha información en la literatura que avale que los animales sienten dolor con esto. Pero, ¿alguien acá ha tenido alguna fractura? Que levante la mano. ¿Fractura? ¿Sí? ¿Le dolió? Sí, le dolió, ¿cierto? Las becerras, los toros y las vacas tienen las mismas estructuras para sentir que nosotros. Entonces, aquí estamos extendiendo o asumiendo que si tienen fracturas o heridas o todo lo que menciono acá, sí sienten dolor. Pero lamentablemente esto no hay estudios que vean esto. No tenemos nada en la literatura que a nosotros nos sirva para así como demostrar que sí se siente dolor con esto. Y más importante aún es el dolor visceral. El dolor visceral, por ejemplo, es el dolor de panza. Ese es el más típico ejemplo. Y el dolor visceral se refiere a las vísceras o a los órganos que pueden ser estómago, intestino, los pulmones también, riñones. Ese es el dolor visceral. Se percibe un poquito distinto porque obviamente no es un estímulo externo, sino que es causado por las terminaciones nerviosas que están alrededor de estos órganos, y eso lleva también que la sensación sea un poco distinta, y creo que también todo lo podemos saber que es como más difuso, o muchas veces más agudo, pero aquí una publicación que encontré para ganado lechero es que el dolor visceral es el dolor más grande que las vacas pueden sentir. Vacas adultas. Nada sobre becerritas. Nada. Hay en el Journal of Dairy Science, al menos encontré yo, que busqué mucho, unas pocas publicaciones en cuanto a metritis del dolor que hablan del dolor visceral. De becerritas no hay nada. ¿Cuál es la enfermedad más, al menos en becerritas de leche, cuál es la enfermedad más frecuente? ¿Ah? Diarrea. ¿Creen que causa dolor la diarrea? Sí, cierto. Yo creo que sí. Yo creo que sí, y quizás no en todas las diarreas que veamos va a haber dolor, pero en muchas sí hay dolor. Yo pondría mis manos al fuego por eso. Pero de nuevo, no tenemos literatura, que nos faltan estudios para avalar esto. ¿Qué otras cosas? Que aquí esto es solo mi opinión. Voy a hacer aquí la nota. Opinión, no basado en estudios porque no hay. Pero todo lo que es relacionado al abomazo, rumen, pulmones también. Eso sí está, la neumonía en personas al menos está bien demostrado que algunos tipos de neumonía cuando ya están más avanzadas sí generan dolor, que eso es lo que vemos en becerras más de mayor edad. Tumores, etcétera, eso sí nos puede causar de este dolor visceral o somático. Y aquí veo que tenemos una gran oportunidad, viéndolo como algo positivo, para mejorar en la parte académica y en la parte de industria. Otro tipo de cómo podemos, de clasificación del dolor, es el tiempo de percepción de este dolor. Podemos sentir algo agudo en el corto plazo o más en el largo plazo. Y vamos a hablar de algunos ejemplos. Descorne, ¿cierto? En el corto plazo, la quemadura ocurre inmediatamente, pero no acaba ahí. Después tenemos el dolor a largo plazo, que es causado por esta destrucción del tejido, que la destrucción fue debido a la temperatura, pero ese dolor queda. ¿Por cuánto tiempo? Algunos estudios lo han reportado que hasta 3 semanas hay dolor. y mayor sensibilidad hasta 15 semanas en el área donde se está como cerrando la herida. Entonces es un proceso largo y lento. Y en este caso al menos tenemos esos dos tipos de dolores en un mismo procedimiento. Ahora, causas de dolor en los ranchos. Aquí lo dividimos por manejos y por condiciones de enfermedades. Los manejos que hacemos en el rancho normalmente tienen una razón de ser, ¿cierto? No es solamente porque los queremos hacer. Queremos hacerlo ya sea por seguridad de nosotros, por seguridad de los animales, por salud o porque van a tener alguna ventaja productiva a futuro y se evaluó que vale la pena hacer ese manejo. ¿Cuáles ejemplos tenemos? Y la otra era condiciones de enfermedades, que esos son, aunque tengamos la mejor salud, siempre hay alguna pequeña incidencia en algunos ranchos de distintos tipos de enfermedades y ranchos que no tienen un óptimo manejo de salud sí van a tener una mayor incidencia de distintas enfermedades. Manejos. Descorne es como el número 1 que podemos pensar y por eso también ocurre en tantos ranchos que es lo más estudiado y también están como, ¿cuál es la palabra? Bien como que se ve el daño, entonces como que somos súper conscientes de que ese manejo sí causa daño, ¿ya? Y no importa con el método, ya sea con pasta o con el fierro caliente, va a causar dolor. Cirugías correctivas como la hernia umbilical, que ocurre también, eso lo hacemos por el beneficio del animal, sí causa dolor y se debe acompañar con mitigación de dolor. Castraciones de macho, ahora que sé que la próxima presentación es Beef on Dairy, que está tan en boga o que ocurre en todos los ranchos que de carne, la castración la hacemos por un motivo productivo. Remoción de pezones supernumerarios también acá. Cero literatura de esto, pero yo diría que sí duele, porque he visto reacciones de becerras cuando lo he hecho sin ningún tipo de mitigación. Y sujeción incorrecta, ¿qué me refiero acá? Esto no es necesario, obviamente, hacer una sujeción incorrecta, pero muchas veces durante la vida productiva de un animal tenemos que hacer una sujeción o una inmovilización. Dependiendo de cómo hacemos esto, puede ser molesto, pero también puede ser doloroso. Cuando hablamos de becerrita, ¿qué me imagino yo, de nuevo, me lo imagino, que puede ser doloroso? Agarrarlas de las orejas, jalarlas de la cola. Estos son, creo yo, formas incorrectas. Hay formas correctas, entonces mejor quedarnos con las formas correctas de sujeción e inmovilización para no causar dolor o una respuesta negativa. ¿Y cómo sabemos que puede que haya dolor? Cuando de hecho, esta fue una adición de una colega que me dijo, yo he hecho estudios y de la forma en que la inmovilizamos, es la única forma que podemos hacerlo, pensamos que le estamos causando dolor, pero desafortunadamente es la única forma que lo podemos hacer. Entonces, como era una sujeción que se tenía que hacer frecuentemente y cuando ya ella volvía al rancho a hacer toma de muestra, las becerras ya estaban así como ya mostraban algún tipo de emoción, de comportamiento, de que le tenían miedo a esta persona, probablemente asociado al dolor de esta sujeción. Condiciones o enfermedades. Acá tenemos una lista que obviamente esto no es todo, pero es diarrea, neumonía, infecciones de ombligo, infecciones de las articulaciones, infecciones de los aretes. Eso, dependiendo de los ranchos, de repente lo veo mucho. Otitis, cojeras, fracturas y becerras caídas o no ambulatorias. Creo que me faltan cosas de añadir a la lista, quizás, o hay algunas cosas acá ustedes que no piensen que causen dolor. ¿Alguien se atreve a opinar con eso? ¿Tiene una opinión distinta? ¿Está bien? La puedo seguir usando esta lista entonces. ¿Cómo sabemos si una persona tiene dolor ahora? ¿Alguna idea? Le preguntamos, ¿cierto? Fácil. Hay algunas personas que uno ni siquiera le pregunta y ya no están diciendo, ay, me duele aquí, me duele allá, me duele. Hay personas que son así, ¿cierto? Tengo una de esas en mi familia. ¿Cómo saber si un bebé tiene dolor? Llora, ¿cierto? Llora o cambia el comportamiento. Entonces los observamos y los escuchamos. Le podemos preguntar todo lo que queramos, no nos van a responder, ¿cierto? Y esto es una de las grandes dificultades que tienen los pediatras, los doctores cuando tienen un bebé que llora, llora, llora y tienen dificultad para identificar qué le está causando dolor o incomodidad. Algunas veces es un cambio de pañal, algunas veces necesitan un biberón, otras veces sí, ya es un dolor que le está causando esta incomodidad y lo que está produciendo el llanto. Entonces, cuando tenemos una persona que está con dolor, ya sea visceral o físico como esta, es bastante fácil identificarlo, ¿cierto? Nosotros como humanos, al expresar nuestro dolor, lo expresamos porque vamos a tener ayuda. O sea, si yo ahora les digo, me duele la cabeza, 10 personas van a saltar, ¿quieres ibuprofeno? ¿Cierto? Al expresar nuestro dolor, nosotros buscamos ayuda. Muy distinto de la vaca cuando tienen dolor. Ahora, ¿cómo saber si un perro tiene dolor? Similar al bebé, observando y escuchando. Van a andar cojeando, o si le tocamos una parte van a llorar, van a andar bien cabizbajo. Los perros nos dejan saber que tienen dolor normalmente, dejan de comer. El perro carnívoro, que ya está domesticado también hace muchos, muchos años, bastante distinto de la vaca. Y esta es una diferencia clave que o sea, evolutivamente la podemos entender, pero que nos trae un problema muy grande a nosotros en esta industria. Es que las vacas han sido animales presa por miles de años, ¿ya? Quizás no por un dinosaurio, pero siempre hay otro animal que se las quiere comer. Un lobo, un león, dependiendo de dónde estemos, siempre van a ser cazadas. Siempre tienen ese miedo, siempre están mirando, ¿qué pasa? ¿Quién me va a comer ahora? Si yo ahora voy a un rancho donde no me conocen, las vacas van a estar todas así. Que viene esta, ya me viene a llevar a la planta. Siempre tienen ese miedo de animal que es el resultado de la evolución de ser animales presa. ¿Y qué ocurre con esto? Si este dinosaurio identifica que una vaquita está así mostrando dolor, presa fácil, ¿cierto? De ahí viene ese nombre, presa fácil. Entonces, los animales, el ganado y en general los animales que son cazados, los animales presa, han evolucionado. El dolor para estos animales es igual a debilidad. Los hace más fácil para que se los coman, ¿cierto? Entonces, en estos animales son bastante estoicos contra el dolor. Tratan de ocultar el dolor para así asegurar su supervivencia. Y esto es lo que nos trae problema a nosotros. Porque les ha tocado a algunos de ustedes ver una vaca que se miraba normal y la llevaron a la parla y se murió, y luego le hacen una necropsia, la abren y estaba llena de cáncer. ¿Le ha tocado? Sí, veo algunas personas. Sí, cáncer, llenas de cáncer o con otras cosas. Cáncer en un nivel que uno dice, esto imposible que no le hubiese dolido, que no le hubiese impedido hacer sus funciones normales, y aún así la vaca pretendía que estaba normal todo el tiempo hasta que ya no pudo más. Y esto es claramente para nosotros, quizás sería bastante mejor que los animales no mostraran dolor. Ahora, luego de ya mostrar esa dificultad que tenemos, igual nosotros tenemos algunas herramientas para identificar el dolor en nuestros animales de granja. Y estos son cambios en el comportamiento o el lenguaje corporal, o ambas, reacción al tocar o mover un área afectada que nosotros pensemos que pueda tener dolor, y una respuesta positiva al tratamiento del dolor. Partamos con el cambio en el comportamiento y el lenguaje. Y aquí quiero resaltar, ¿hay alguna de las, aquí en el cuarto, personas que cuiden a becerros? ¿Que estén a cargo de la becerrera o algo así? ¿Sí? Algunos. ¿Cuántos años lleva usted trabajando más o menos? 5. ¿Y qué cosas le mira a una becerrita si es que sabe que quizás no esté muy bien? ¿Dejan de comer? muchas cosas de esas. Todo lo que usted me explica, el que se vea triste, yo lo entiendo, pero si ahora voy, cuando yo salí de la universidad de veterinaria, no tenía, el triste que se, no sé, o sea, yo tenía que medir cosas. No sabía esas pequeñas diferencias, pequeños cambios que podemos observar en las becerras y en las vacas también, para saber que quizás pueden estar empezando en enfermedad, pero lo mismo va para el dolor. Y por eso es que la expertise o la experiencia, el conocimiento, y hay también personas que yo creo que nacieron con ese sexto sentido para ver animales. Yo desafortunadamente no lo tengo y lo envidio de las personas que sí lo pueden ver y que o sea, que pasan a través de, o a lo largo de un comedero y dicen, esta está enferma. Y la van a ver y está enferma. Yo no tengo ese sexto sentido, pero sí muchas personas lo tienen y esas son las personas que los ranchos deben identificar y guardar, nosotros decimos en mi país, como hueso santo. ¿Sí? Y si contratamos a una persona nueva en ese rancho, entrenarla con esa persona para que le enseñe, más que nada es como el comportamiento y todos los cambios, lenguaje corporal de los animales para que puedan identificar tempranamente enfermedades y dolor. ¿Qué me dicen de este becerrito? Becerrita. ¿Qué cosas ven? Les digo, tiene diarrea, pero ¿estará sintiendo dolor? Alguien dijo, tiene la espalda arqueada. Eso sabemos que se ve en algunos cuadros de las vacas adultas que son bastante dolorosos y eso es uno de los signos que sí podemos ya, creo que todos decir que es indicativo de dolor. También tienen la cola escondida, ¿cierto? Y esta sí que se mira triste, está bien malita. Entonces, esto es algo que sí esta ya está más avanzado, pero también en este no podemos decir, no solamente está enfermo, a este yo sí me atrevo de decir que tiene dolor. Y esta foto la saqué de la única publicación que encontré que nombraba el dolor visceral en becerros. Una. Créame que hice una búsqueda bastante amplia, no es que busqué solamente 10. ¿Qué podemos ver acá también del lenguaje corporal? Becerra siendo descornada sin anestesia. Es para los que trabajamos con becerrita y que estamos acostumbrados a ocupar anestésicos, esto es bien difícil de mirar, ¿cierto? Al menos a mí ya me duele el estómago de verlo. Se ven que la becerrita tiene un gran cambio en su comportamiento. Se quiere tratar de escapar, no quiere estar ahí, es porque está sintiendo dolor. Ahora, otra forma más es de identificar el dolor. Es la reacción que podemos ver al tocar o poner presión en un área que nosotros pensamos que está afectada. Esto es lo típico cuando vamos al doctor y le pregunten, ¿le duele acá? ¿Le duele acá? ¿Le duele acá? Así se está identificando dónde está el dolor al poner presión y se ve una respuesta mayor, una respuesta negativa o reacción más exagerada. Esto no encontré ninguna foto en becerritos, pero por ejemplo lo que pasa muchas veces cuando estamos chequeando por infección en los ombligos, tocamos el ombligo y ¿qué hacen? Tenemos reacción. Eso es una de las formas de saber que hay dolor o sensibilidad. Y esto también se ocupa bastante en todos los estudios de descorne. ¿Y cómo lo hacen? No encontré un video de descorne de becerros, pero se ocupa una herramienta para los estudios que se llama dolorímetro. ¿Ok? Y lo que hace este dolorímetro es que mide cuánta presión aguanta el lugar que estamos evaluando. Aquí lo vemos en una persona que se lo están poniendo en el cuello y no sé si pueden ver, pero el numerito va cambiando a medida que la persona va aplicando mayor presión. Y con eso tenemos una medida objetiva de cómo cambia la sensibilidad a la presión en el tiempo. Podemos hacerlo hoy día, mañana, pasado y así repetir esa evaluación y así es como sabemos que cuántas semanas le duele o cuántos días hay dolor o sensibilidad en un área. Y la última forma que podemos evaluar, que podemos usar para evaluar el dolor, es una respuesta positiva al tratamiento por el dolor. Les contaba, si me duele la cabeza, me puedo tomar un ibuprofeno. ¿Qué me va a pasar? Ya no me va a doler más la cabeza después de que me lo tome. Toma como un cierto tiempo en que haga efecto y luego ya no voy a tener esa respuesta positiva deseada al dolor. Ya sean inyecciones, medicamentos orales u transdermales, como sean, van a llevar una respuesta positiva. Y lo más típico que podemos ver es un becerrito que sí le aplicaron lidocaína previo al procedimiento y se ve que probablemente está molesta por la sujeción, pero esto, comparado con el video que les mostré anteriormente, creo que podemos todos decir que no hubo dolor acá. Quizás solamente la incomodidad. Ya como último, es las estrategias que nosotros podemos usar para prevenir el dolor en los animales. ¿Ya? Y esto un grupo de Francia vino con esta como estrategia del suprimir, sustituir y calmar, basado en un protocolo que se ocupa en animales de laboratorio. ¿Ya? ¿Y en qué consiste esto? Suprimir, primero, es la eliminación de procedimientos o condiciones que generen dolor. Primero, ¿cómo logramos esto? Salud óptima de los rebaños. Animales que no se enfermen, no están en riesgo de sentir dolor con diarrea y con toda esa lista de enfermedades que les di. Pero ¿qué otra cosa podemos usar en esto? Selección genética para eliminar rasgos no deseados. ¿Cuáles hemos hablado más acá? El descorne. Entonces, el descorne, si ahora ya tenemos, se puede ocupar selección genética de semen o de las madres para producir una progenie, todas las becerritas y becerritos que no tengan cuernos. Y nos olvidamos de descornar. Yo hasta ahora jamás he ido a un rancho que haga selección genética para esto solamente. No sé si ustedes en alguno de esos ranchos lo hagan, y quizás es para donde, si un rancho se pone esta meta, es bastante más fácil, es posible, y es bastante más fácil no tener que descornar que tener que descornar aplicando lidocaína y medicación oral para mitigar con el dolor, pero eso también es fácil, así que no hay excusa, la verdad. La otro tipo de selección genética que podemos hacer es para mejorar la resistencia a enfermedades, en este caso como de cojeras, de la minitis, y la eliminación, ya no obviamente genética, pero la eliminación de procedimientos que sí generan dolor y no traen ningún beneficio productivo. El corte de cola antes se hacía a diestra y siniestra, creo que en algunos países todavía lo hacen, ya quedó como maña o como que algunos productores lo hacen porque sí, porque la evidencia científica ya muestra que este procedimiento no trae beneficios en cuanto a menor mastitis, a una mejor calidad de leche y mejor salud de ubre. No existe. Entonces ya esto es un procedimiento que en muchos países es ilegal y si no ha sido eliminado por las cooperativas o por algunos grupos que no lo permiten. Entonces esto ya no solamente causa dolor, también hay dolor crónico asociado a esto, como el dolor de amputación que sienten algunas personas cuando tienen el miembro fantasma y sienten ahí. Eso ha sido demostrado en vacas. Y también no le permitimos hacer su comportamiento natural al cortarle las vacas, porque las vacas sí sabemos que ocupan la cola para bastantes cosas, así que esto es algo que ya no se debe hacer. Sustituir es la otra estrategia. Si tenemos un grupo de procedimientos que nos lleven al mismo resultado, queremos sustituir lo que sea que estemos haciendo con algo que se genere menos dolor. Entonces, ¿qué ejemplos tenemos acá? O déjenme hacerle una pregunta. Les voy a cortar un dedo. No tienen opción. Va a ocurrir hoy día. ¿Cómo prefieren que lo haga? ¿Con un cuchillo afilado y le haga un corte acá a la base del dedo? ¿O que le corte la circulación también a la base del dedo? Y eso va a producir que nos llegue más sangre, irrigación, oxígeno, nutriente y todo al tejido, lo que va a causar que se le muera el tejido en el dedo y eventualmente se le va a caer. Dos opciones. Piénsalo mientras le muestro algunas cosas. Sustituir. De nuevo, en el ejemplo de la castración. Sé que acá estamos hablando de becerras, de hembra, pero esto es importante también. La castración la hacemos por tenemos un beneficio productivo de hacer esto, también de seguridad. Y tenemos los 3 métodos más comunes que son con una pinza que se llama pinza Burdizo, que lo que hace esta pinza es que se la ponemos a la base de los testículos, como a la base del escroto, y esta pinza se deja ahí por un tiempito, dependiendo de qué edad tenga el animal, y lo que hace es como que desconecta los testículos, desconecta la sangre, desconecta los nervios, todo, y hace una castración que es bastante limpia, no hay heridas abiertas, el testículo se queda ahí y eventualmente, o sea, no hay desconexión, sino que se genera una castración cerrada. La otra opción es la quirúrgica o con cuchillo, y la tercera opción son con las bandas elásticas. ¿Todos familiarizados con esa? Sí, bastante. Okay. Una cosa que tenemos que saber es que todos causan dolor. Esto considerando que, o sea, pensándolos como que no tuviesen anestesia. Todos causan dolor, pero sí hay diferencias en el dolor que causan. ¿Cuál piensan que genera el menor dolor a corto plazo? O sea, inmediatamente luego de que aplicamos el método. ¿Burdizo? ¿Qué más? ¿Cuchillo? No. De hecho, el cuchillo es el que causa el mayor dolor al corto plazo. Burdizo es el que causa menos, muy bien. Seguido por el elástico y el cuchillo o la castración quirúrgica es el que causa mayor dolor a corto plazo. Por ponerlo como ejemplo, el elástico y la pinza burdizo es como ay, ay, ay. El cuchillo es ay, 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 me duele. Ahora, largo plazo. ¿Cuál es el que genera menor dolor a largo plazo? ¿Cuchillo? Cuchillo es el que genera el menor dolor, seguido por el burdizo y el elástico. La banda elástica ha sido documentada de que genera dolor hasta 7 semanas luego de la aplicación del anillo, o sea, del elástico en la base de los testículos. Entonces, ¿cómo sustituimos acá? El método que nos causa menos dolor, en combinación de estos dos dolores, es la pinza burdizo. Menor dolor a corto plazo que la cirugía, menor dolor a largo plazo que la banda elástica, no hay heridas abiertas, por ende eliminamos la infección, pero sí hay algo que tenemos que considerar. ¿Es apropiado esto para mi operación? ¿Para mi rancho? Puede ser o no. ¿Por qué? Porque esto sí necesita una buena técnica y hay un gran error de operario. ¿Qué puede pasar? Que uno pone la pinza, pero no se agarra a la base de los dos testículos y se castra parcialmente, o no se castra, que también puede pasar en los elásticos, pero este sí tiene mayor error de operario que los elásticos. Entonces, es una conversación que tiene que combinar dolor, pero también efectividad y cómo se alinea eso con el rancho de cada uno. ¿Qué decidieron? ¿Cuchillo o corte de circulación? Yo voto cuchillo para mí, si me lo tienen que cortar. La otra cosa es sustituir a la edad en que lo hacemos si es que hay una edad que genera menos dolor. Si comparamos, esto no encontré un becerrito que se le viera los testículos, pero si queremos un becerro que ya tiene los testículos abajo, o un toro, ya quizás de torete de 1000 libras, ¿dónde es mejor que lo castremos? Menos dolor, menos riesgo, más fácil, más seguro para el operador, lo más temprano posible. Y similar es con las terneras, cuando hablamos del descorne. Queremos hacer el descorne lo antes posible porque es más fácil, hay menor inervación del cuerno, es más certero, más seguro también, porque no tenemos que lidiar con estos cuernos que ya están desarrollados. ¿Han ido al dentista? Han tenido que ir al dentista, no como la limpieza regular, les ha tocado ir al dentista por algo, donde los van a, por simples palabras, taladrar ahí, y que ya sabemos, no hay duda ahí. Algunos procedimientos causan dolor. ¿Qué hace el dentista? Nos pone un anestésico local previo al procedimiento. Le da tiempo para que actúe y luego empiezan a hacer el procedimiento que nos tengan que hacer. Y esto es el calmar. Calmar el dolor. Tenemos ahora herramientas, tenemos muchos medicamentos, o sea, no muchos, la verdad es que estamos bastante restringidos en comparación con otras especies y con nosotros, pero sí existen algunas formas de calmar el dolor mediante medicamentos. Algunas pueden ser antes, si sabemos que el procedimiento va a causar dolor, el descorne, la castración, se deberían hacer con algún tipo de mitigación del dolor, o también puede hacerse apenas se identifique que un animal está con dolor. Lo más fácil, por ejemplo, para un descorne es la aplicación de anestésico local y también complementar esto con medicación oral para que cubra, porque el anestésico local va a va a controlar ese dolor a corto plazo, pero necesitamos algo que nos sirva a largo plazo y por eso se ocupan medicación oral como antiinflamatorios que nos puedan ayudar con ese tipo de dolor. Y ya para terminar, en cuanto a los medicamentos, aquí no me quería meter de lleno, pero creo que acá hay bastantes compañías que pueden tener esta conversación, pero también muy importante es que hablen con el veterinario del rebaño para que vean si es que hay formas en que pueden ustedes, que podamos, o para los veterinarios también que empiecen a pensar de qué forma podemos nosotros mejorar en cuanto a la mitigación de dolor en los ranchos. Porque sí, vamos bien encaminados, pero hay una gran mejora. No sé si acá habrán ranchos que están dando mitigación, algún tipo de medicamento, algo para los animalitos que están con diarrea. ¿Alguien hace eso? Fuera de le damos los electrolytes, los electrolitos, pero ¿qué más les damos? Ahí se queda. Y tampoco, aquí yo no soy veterinaria, pero no estoy licenciada en Estados Unidos, y no sé si es que podemos. También es otra pregunta. ¿Se puede o se debe? Entonces, es ya aquí cuando yo le paso el batón a los veterinarios para que tengan esa conversación y vean que es adecuado. Entonces, como ya para cerrar, el ganado sí siente dolor en todas las edades, pero lo trata de ocultar, lo que nos hace difícil nuestro trabajo un poquito. Es nuestra responsabilidad disminuirlo o evitarlo en lo que sea posible, y también el saber identificarlo y qué podemos hacer para tratarlo nos va a ayudar a criar a becerras y becerros también, para los que están criando becerros con mejores estándares de bienestar animal. Y con eso me despido. ¿Tienen alguna pregunta? Bueno, si no tienen preguntas ahora, voy a estar acá hasta el jueves, así que nos vemos en los cafecitos o en los stands si es que necesitan conversar. Gracias. Ah, ¿el clicker?
No, el micrófono.
Ok, el clicker está allá.
Gracias. Ay. ¿Ya? Ok. Muchas gracias a la doctora Paola por su presentación. A continuación tenemos al doctor Pedro Cavallo de Colorado State University. Va a presentar, Pedro es un profesor en la universidad, es un especialista en el ganado de engorda. Antes de empezar su trabajo con AgNext, Pedro era un asistente profesor y especialista del ganado de engorda en UC Davis, en California. Originalmente de Brasil, recibió su título de científico en Animal Science por la Universidad Federal de Mato Grosso de Sul, Brasil. Perdón, no, si lo dije mal. Después de trabajar en la industria del ganado de carne, Pedro se mudó a Estados Unidos para empezar su trabajo de maestría. en la Universidad de Illinois y después continuó su trabajo de doctorado en la Universidad de Penn State University. En su posición actual hace bastante investigación aplicada a proyectos en diferentes sistemas de producción de ganado de engorda y en métodos para hacer más eficiente la producción en becerros de origen genético en la leche, como por ejemplo estrategias antimicrobianas, la genética en los beef on dairy, los becerros beef on dairy, así como diferentes estrategias de alimentación para usar programas de implantes. En cuanto estés listo, Pedro, aquí está el estadio para el podio para ti. Gracias.
Buenas tardes. ¿Me escucha? ¿Me escucha bien? Ahora sí. Bueno, buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por la introducción y la invitación. Como dice, soy de Brasil, entonces voy a hablar este malo portuñol aquí. Espero que puedas comprender lo que estoy hablando. Bueno, ah, hoy fui invitado para hablar de la producción de carne que viene de ganado lechero, principalmente de los beef on dairy, que es cuál es el impacto en la vaca, los becerros y también la terminación de esos animales en los curales de engorda. Básicamente, presentar una visión general de cómo estamos manejando estos animales y tal vez cómo podemos mejorar eso también. Entonces, lo ABC de Beef on Dairy, estaba hablando con mi estudiante César. Otro día tuve una presentación en inglés que dice que es los 3C entre el B y D del alfabeto, pero en español tal vez lo A podría ser la vaca o la aca, tal vez, yo no sé, no mismo en portugués, pero A, B de becerro y C de canal o carcasa. Toda la traducción fue, César, hice la traducción, entonces si tienes alguna cosa que no estás correcta, es por culpa de César, ¿no? Bueno, la contribución de los ganados de leche con la producción de carne en los Estados Unidos es como entre 20 y 25% de la toda producción de carne en el país. Entonces, en algunos países en Europa puede ser como 60, 70, tal vez más de 50%, pero aquí es como 20 a 25. Entonces, es una producción significativa de toda la producción general. Cerca de entre 15 a 20% son de ganado de engorda, otros 5%, 5 a 10 de las vacas de descarte. Que vamos a hablar más de este ganado de engorda aquí. Esta es una inspección nacional de calidad de carne de res que hacen eso cada 5 años más o menos. Y los que podemos mirar aquí es que de los años 2000 hasta 2016, tuvimos un incremento de 1,5%, aquí 6%. Esto fue cuando estaba empezando mi doctoramiento en la Universidad de Pensilvania. Entonces estaba muy, como 16% de los animales hostings. Entonces, estaba muy excitado con esa producción, que es lo que fui a investigar. Pero lo último que fue publicado 2 años atrás, tuve una disminución de 16 para 12% de los ganados de tipo de leche. O que hacen en esa investigación, se van a las plantas y se miran cuáles son los canales que se parecen con tipo de leche. O que miramos aquí es que de 2016 hasta 2023 tuve una disminución de 16 para 12%. La pregunta es, ¿podríamos decir que estás disminuyendo la contribución del ganado de carne de leche en la producción de carne? No necesariamente, pero lo que está se pasando es que estamos teniendo una sustitución de lo ganado puro, hosting, para lo que llamamos de beef on dairy. Este es tienes aquí una línea roja acima que es la venta de semen de gado lechero en los Estados Unidos, la venta doméstica de semen de gado lechero en los Estados Unidos. Esta línea verde es la venta doméstica de semen de gado de corte en los Estados Unidos. Y que podemos mirar es que desde 2017 tuvimos una disminución de aproximadamente 7 millones de semen domésticos sendo vendidos en los Estados Unidos, al mismo tiempo un aumento de 7 millones. Cuando tomamos también, no solo la venta, pero los semen importados y los semen congelados, essa diferença é como perto de 10 milhões de mais semen de ganado de carne indo para as vacas lecheras, la gran maioria indo para as vacas lecheras em los Estados Unidos. Então, que estou querendo dizer é que ha cambiado a raça que estamos utilizando para produzir carne de ganado de origem lechera em los Estados Unidos. Podemos estimar que talvez tenemos hoy cerca de 3 millones más de animales beef on dairy en lo mercado de que teníamos como 8 años atrás. La raza, siempre tienes la pregunta, ¿cuál es la raza? Angus es la que más utilizamos, muy a frente de las otras, de 1.5 para 4.5 o más hoy, pero también podemos observar un incremento muy grande en razas continentales, tal vez más en los ganado Hershey do que los hostings aquí. Tenemos también un nicho de mercado, creo que es así que dice, de Wagyu, por ejemplo, pero esto es más nicho, es más nichado ese mercado. Entonces la pregunta es, una pregunta frecuente, Pedro, ¿tiene una mejor raza para estas cruzas? Lo que siempre digo es que independiente de la raza que estás utilizando, una cosa que digo para no hacer es eso, ¿ok? Estas son fotos que no son de Brasil, no son de México, no son de Colombia. Estas son fotos aquí de los Estados Unidos y que están utilizando otro tipo de toros en las vacas para hacer ese cruzamiento. Entonces, más importante que las razas tal vez es tener la escolha de un buen toro y también utilizar Angus o Charolais, otras razas son todas buenas. Entonces, ¿cuáles son los factores que están influenciando ese cruzamiento genético? Tenemos dos segmentos de leche y de carne, ¿sí? Entonces, no leche, número estable de vacas lecheras, una industria lechera matura en los Estados Unidos. Tenemos lo mismo número de vacas desde anos 90, como 9 millones de vacas, esta es como una línea flat. Un aumento de la producción de vacas de leche, disminución de precio de leche, los dos últimos tal vez los más importantes aquí. Desde 2020 más o menos, los precios de estos animales cruzas fueron de $250 a 800, 900, algunos lugares $1,000 animal de un día. Y también las mejoras en las técnicas reproductivas, principalmente de semi-sexado para producción de hembras de reproducción de ganado de leche. En lo ganado de carne, en 2017, tuve en algunas plantas que poner algunas restricciones a los ganados hostings. Tenemos también premio en las carnes de las cruces. Se fue al sur de California, tiene una planta muy grande que los hostings se pagan como $8 menos por 100 libras de canal. Para los cruzados no tiene ningún desconto. Un mayor crecimiento en la engorda, estos son animales que crecen más rápido y también se comen menos. Una disminución del rebaño de carne en los Estados Unidos, tal vez ese también muy grande, ese impacto en la producción de estos animales. Una cosa muy buena es que mismo con todos los desafíos, tenemos una demanda continua para incremento del consumo de carne por las personas aquí en los Estados Unidos. Entonces, esos son los factores de la producción de carne. Una de las preguntas que siempre me pregunto es que, ¿cuál es el impacto de la utilización de ese semen de carne en la producción de leche de vaca? Aquí en los Estados Unidos tenemos 2 estudios que fueron publicados recientemente. Esas son las 2 publicaciones que yo conozco. Una de Texas y otra de Pensilvania. O que voy a mostrar lo que están abordando en estos estudios. Estudio de Foraker, los datos son de lechería A, que es en Kansas, en Oklahoma, y lechería B, que es aquí en Colorado. Son lecherías más grandes, de más de 5,000 vacas, y se utilizaron la gran mayoría toros de raza cimental, pero también años. Las conclusiones en gestación de desempeño reproductivo fue que cuando se utilizan semen de ganado de carne, tienes un aumento de 2 a 3 días promedio en la gestación de estos animales. Las diferencias en intervalo de partos pueden crecer como 1 a 2 semanas también, pero son menores cuando miramos el impacto total. La producción de leche, se observaron que tuvo un pequeño disminución de producción de leche, en lo pico de lactación también. Pero una cosa que tenemos que recordar es que muchas veces este semen de ganado de carne son utilizados en vacas de menor producción. Entonces es difícil tomar una conclusión cuanto a producción de leche. Algunas consideraciones de manejo. Están utilizando semen de toros para facilidad de parto, es una de las primeras consideraciones que tiene. Entonces, no hay muy impacto en desafíos de partos. El estudio de Pensilvania utilizaron datos de lecherías en Ohio, en Kansas, que fueron de 100 a 13,000 vacas. Nuevamente, un impacto mínimo en la salud de la vaca lechera, la producción de leche. Creo que fue el otro estudio que observaron una disminución de mastitis cuando utilizaron estos animales de origen lechera, pero también se concluyeron que tal vez esta disminución se fue porque fueron vacas que producían menos leche. Entonces, también no necesariamente un impacto de los semen de carne. Nuevamente, tuve un aumento de periodo de gestación y creo que este es el mayor impacto que hay observado cuando utilizamos los semen de ganado de carne. Aquí una adaptación de los datos que presentaron en este estudio, que los hostings tuvieron promedio 277 días. Como utilizamos semen de ganado de carne, hay un aumento en duración de la gestación. Los Angus muy cerca de los hostings, pero cuando utilizamos Wagyu, por ejemplo, o Limousin, tuve como 5 a 7 días de aumento de periodo de duración de gestación. Todo eso son manejables, creo que, en la lechería. Los riesgo de dificultad de parto, también no se ha observado muchas cosas. O que he observado é que algumas considerações de maneira que pode se ajustar, principalmente se utiliza Limousin ou Wagyu, e que a seleção do touro de carne sigue sendo crítica. Então, é muito importante a decisão que tienes na lecheria o impacto que se va a tener en la producción de vaca también. Entonces, las conclusiones finales de do impacto de la vaca, los dos estudios han concluido que no se tiene mucho impacto en la producción de leche de vaca. Los impactos de la dificultad y riesgo de tienes algún desafío en parto también son mínimos. Y la gran diferencia es que tienes una pequeña mudanza, un pequeño cambio en lo periodo de gestación. Eso es la mayor diferencia en la vaca. Entonces, la vaca está check. Ahora lo becerro, y creo que esa es una área que tenemos empezado a investigar ahora, cuál es el impacto de becerro de beef on dairy en las fases de producción después de eso. La gran diferencia cuando miramos lo puro hosting, principalmente en oeste de los Estados Unidos. Esta es una representación de cómo son manejados ese puro hostings. Llegan al calf range con un día de vida, 1 a 3 días. Se permanece en ese pré-destete o en las ranchas por aproximadamente 8 semanas. Tienes un periodo de destete de más 8 semanas. Y se llegan a los curales de engorda con 4 meses más o menos, 120 días. ¿Okay? Y 300 libras de peso. Cuando hablamos de beef on dairy, la gran diferencia es ese aquí. Lo período de pré-destete es lo mismo, pero lo cambio ahora, cuando lo puro se quedan como 4 meses, lo beef on dairy están se quedando como 180 días o 6 meses más o menos en lo calf range. En ese tiene un impacto muy grande no cural de engorda, que ahora los animales puros que llegan con 300 kilos, los beef on dairy están llegando con 450 a 500 libras. Entonces, está impactando mucho el periodo de engorda aquí, ¿ok? Que voy a presentar algunos datos de eso en un minuto. Entonces, las grandes diferencias para los calf range. O mayor precio de venta de los becerros al nacimiento. Hoy en California, por ejemplo, un puro hosting es como 400 a 450, más o menos. Esses animales se van como 700, 800, 900. Se va al estado de Nueva York, tienes como $1,000 o becerro de un día. Lo período en calf range, cambiamos de 120 para 180 días. Ahora estamos enviando esses animales para outra localidade, maiores distâncias. Quais são os impactos? Os dados desses animais aqui nos Estados Unidos ainda temos muito poucos, principalmente se compararmos o puro hostings com as cruzas. Quando miramos a los dados mais antigos e dados de Europa, o que podemos concluir é que os animais cruzados generalmente tienen una ganancia diaria más grande y con el mismo consumo de comida, o se tienen una ganancia similar, la misma, pero consumo un poco más bajo. Entonces son más eficientes. Ahora, una cosa muy interesante es que he recibido algunas ligaciones de veterinarios que dicen, Pedro, mira, estes beef on dairy, quando estão sanos, são muito melhores. Pero quando estão enfermos, são muito piores. Essa é uma coisa que eu não sei porquê, pero é comum que eu receba algumas ligações disso. E também os curales de engorda. Por algum motivo que eu não sei porquê, os animais sanos são melhores, pero quando estão enfermos, são pouquinho piores. Contudo, não temos há pouca evidência de que os cruzados carne-leite têm alguma vantagem ou não em la saúde de los animales cruzados. Um estudo de doutora Jessica, que hice em seu doutorado, foi que investigou a transferência de imunidade passiva em animais de cruza lechera, e as grandes conclusões que tive foi que animais que chegaram ao calf range com proteína de sangue excelente, o acima de 6.2 tuvieron una ganancia más grande, mayor que los animales, una ganancia diaria de peso mayor que los animales que llegaron con la proteína más baja. Pero una de las conclusiones de Jessica fue que se requiere más investigaciones para evaluar los efectos a largo plazo de la proteína en crecimiento, salud y la característica de canal de estos animales bifondering. Y con esa pregunta que empezamos la investigación de César, uno de mis estudiantes de doctorado. O que investigamos en un CAFRENT, empezamos en un CAFRENT, gracias a Bill, que empezamos essa investigação há ano atrás, mais ou menos, com mais de 300 bezerros. E estamos investigando o impacto da proteína de sangue na chegada ao calf range, na vida total do animal. Também estamos investigando uma suplementação prolongada de calostro, basicamente IgG. Suplementamos esses animais com 20 gramas de IgG por 14 dias. E agora estamos seguindo com esses animais aqui em Colorado, no curado de engorda da Universidade de Colorado. Todos os dados que vou apresentar são dados preliminares de César, pero temos muitas coisas interessantes desses dados. A primeira, mesmo que os dados de Jessica, coisas muito parecidas, foram que quando miramos a mortalidade, que esta linha azul versus a linha roja, esses são animais que chegaram ao calf range com proteína excelente, o que também está representando uma boa colostragem em la dairy, ok? Esses são animais que chegaram que chamamos de mala proteína, pero são animais de fair, son justa o pobre, o por proteína. La mortalidad se cambió de 3.5 a 15% la mudanza. Utilizamos lo punto de corte de Lombard 2020, que lo excelente es 6.2 acima. Lo más bajo fue 5.1, 5.2. E também tuve 5.2 a César. Qual foi lo justo? Só abaixo de 5.7. Todos estes são abaixo de 5.7. Pero puedo dizer que a grande maioria dos animais que morreram aqui foram pobres, foram com abaixo de 5.1. Pero tivemos que mesclar. Uma coisa que não tenho aqui, que para todos vocês que trabalham em lecherias, esses animais foram, em 2 semanas, começamos todos os animais no estúdio, ok? Tivemos 2 finais de semana, 2 sábados e 2 domingos, nesse período. Promédio, durante a semana, a quantidade de animais que foi mala, muito mala, como com 2.5%. Ao sábado e ao domingo foi como 25%. Então, é uma coisa, talvez, em futuro, temos que implementar uma estratégia de manejo específica aos finais de semana, alguma coisa assim. Pero essa é só a mortalidade, sim? Qual é o efeito da suplementação de IgG? Em los animais excelentes, não tuve muitos efeitos, pero em animais que tiveram mala, o que estamos observando é que tivemos não me gusta dizer isso, pero é como uma extensão de vida de los animais. Economicamente, eu não sei se isto é viável, pero talvez tienes mais coisas para investigarmos adelante isso. Esse é o mesmo dado, pero de uma maneira diferente. Os animais que alimentamos com IgG, 20 gramas de IgG extra, esses são animais malos, ok? Eles extenderam a vida desses animais um pouquinho. Talvez deberíamos extender más. Yo no sé, pero es una cosa que tenemos que investigar. Sí. Checamos al día, cuando llegaron y también 3 días después. Pero todo, César, todos esos datos son con la proteína del primer día, ¿sí? Son todos con la proteína, pero checamos con 3 días también para si tenía alguna deshidratación o alguna cosa así también. El primer día es un día de vida o 3 días de vida. Llegan al al rancho de Bezerro todos con un día de vida. El rancho de Bezerro hace con 3 días, pero para la investigación hicimos con solo un día. Oye.
La suplementación que estaban haciendo con IgGs, ¿era de calostro natural o calostro deshidratado en polvo?
En polvo, polvo. Es como 40, 45 gramos, ¿sí, César? De producto que tenía cerca de 50% IgG. Entonces, es la mejor para no cambiar mucho la cantidad de proteína y gordura en la dieta, fue la mejor alternativa que tuvimos. Entonces, al final del periodo de primeros 180 días, ¿ok? Los animales que llegaron con una proteína buena tuvieron 3,5, 3,5% de mortalidad contra 15%. Esses animales que chegaram com boa proteína tiveram um peso vivo de 10 libras a mais que os animais que tiveram uma proteína mais baixa. Se toma este 15% com 10 libras a menos em 100 animais, por exemplo, em preço desses animais hoje, que são de $4 a libra, isto representa como $25,000 ou $250 por animal. Entonces, si estás manejando un rancho de becerro, o entonces si estás alimentando esos animales en la lechería, ese es el impacto económico que tienes, o bueno colostro o no, en estos animales, ¿ok? La suplementación de IgG, no miramos mucho, no observamos muchos efectos, pero tienes alguna cosa que tenemos que investigar más. Una cosa que César y yo estábamos haciendo es que, ¿cuál es la diferencia de los, nuevamente, estos son animales de 2 semanas de vida de diferencia, no máximo? ¿Cuál es la diferencia de los top 5% comparado con los 5% más bajos en peso? Y si tomamos los 5% más pesados con 5% más leves, esa diferencia es de 190 libras en 180 días. ¿Ok? Los top 10% es como 175 libras. Los top 15%, 145 a 150 libras. Entonces, tienes genética, tienes manejo aquí, ¿ok? No es solo genética, no es solo manejo. Tenemos que investigar el por qué. Pero, si quiere, hay una grandísima oportunidad. ¿Será que podemos producir esos animales aquí de 567 libras de promedio versus esse de 377? Entonces, este es un mensaje que no creo que vamos a producir todos, pero tenemos el potencial de producir estos animales aquí con 180 días. Después que llegaron al curado engorda, este 190 en los primeros 70 días de curado engorda se tornaron como 250 libras. Vamos a mantener estes animales en curado hasta agosto, septiembre. Este es cuando vamos a mandar para las plantas. Estoy muy interesado en saber cuál se va a hacer la diferencia. Tal vez como 3 meses más en lo curado de engorda o no. Es una diferencia muy, muy grande. Entonces, la conclusión de bezerros, la importancia de calostro está clara para usted. Tienes un gran potencial de investigar dónde viene una libra de diferencia por día ¿Ok? Es genética, es manejo, es todo. Estos animales que tienen un valor de $800 con un día de vida. Si convertimos para leche, es como 4.000 libras de leche que su vaca está produciendo o no. Cuando vendemos estos animales con 450 libras, 4 libras por día, también la diferencia puede representar como 4.000 libras de leche. Entonces, el manejo que tienes en la lechería está teniendo un impacto en un sistema de ganancia de carne muy grande. ¿Ok? Entonces, al final, voy a mostrar algunos datos de investigaciones que hicimos en California, pero tienes muchas universidades investigando el manejo de animales bifonderos o la cruza en curades de engorda. Colorado, UC Davis, Pensilvania, Michigan, Texas Tech, West Texas, Kansas, South Dakota, Iowa State. Muchas universidades están investigando eso hoy en los Estados Unidos. Entonces, ¿cómo deberíamos manejar esos animales en los curades de engorda? Estas son la gran mayoría de investigaciones que yo he conducido en los últimos años. Voy a presentar 3 experimentos diferentes que he conducido en sur de California en los últimos 3 años. El primer, la comparación de puros Holsteins con las cruzas Angus. En 2023 investigamos los cruzas Angus con cruzas Charolais. El año pasado tuvimos solamente cruzas Angus. Entonces, la primera pregunta, lo Angus contra lo puro Holsteins. O que observamos, un peso inicial menor, más bajo que están empezando hoy, cerca de 300 libras. Y al final no tuvimos mucha diferencia en peso final de animales puro Holsteins o Bifonderi, o los Angus Cruza. La gran diferencia es el consumo de materia seca. ¿Ok? Estos animales son más eficientes en convertir la comida en ganho. Entonces, la eficiencia alimenticia fue mejor de esos animales. Tal vez uno de los motivos que no observamos una mejora aquí en el peso final, en la ganancia de peso, fue que aquí está la ganancia de peso diaria durante el año. No sé si hay visitado California en verano. Esto aquí es como 45, 50 grados Celsius. Es muy caliente. Y una cosa que observamos es que estos animales, en la línea negra, son los cruzados. Animales cruzados Angus en verano tuvieron una ganancia más baja que los animales Charolais. ¿Okay? Y después, cuando al final de verano, nuevamente ganaron más. Pero son animales de pelaje más escura, tuvieron una ganancia más baja en verano. Estas son investigaciones que hay otras personas han conducido y las mismas conclusiones. Es el Valle Imperial, sí. Y todos los curades tienen sombra, todo, pero en Valle Imperial, muy caliente. Las grandes diferencias están en lo canal, ¿ok? Los cruzados tuvieron canales más pesados, un rendimiento de canal un poco mejor y más grasa que los animales Holsteins. ¿Ok? Lo absceso hepático aquí en el primer año muy bajo. Muchas personas diciendo que tenías mucho absceso hepático. Hasta 2022 yo no creía que tenía un problema de raza con absceso hepático. Ha cambiado un poquito. Entonces, lo más importante de ese estudio, los animales cruzados tuvieron una eficiencia alimenticia un poco mejor y enfrentaron más desafíos durante el verano que los animales puro Holstein. ¿Okay? En 2023 investigamos los Charolais Holsteins o Angus Holsteins. Y lo que observamos es que un peso inicial más pesado ahora, más cerca de 400 do que 300. Los animales Angus se comieron más terminaron más pesado, pero comieron más. Eficiencia alimenticia, la misma. Entonces, los charolais se come menos, se gana menos. En canal, casi la misma cosa, pero los animales hostings tuvieron más grasa en canal, más marmoleo, más gordura, más grasa de canal, do que o charolais tuve uma ribeye mais grande. O abscesso hepático agora 20%. ¿Por qué eso? Yo no sé. Pero son animales que empezaron a curar de engorda más pesados. Ese estudio también está publicado en Jornal de Animal Science aquí en los Estados Unidos. Entonces, la más importante de 2023, una eficiencia alimenticia muy parecida, la incidencia de absceso hepático 20%. Nuevamente, los animales cruza Angus sufrieron más un poquito do que enfrentaron más desafíos en el verano do que los animales charolais. Pero los Angus produjeron más canal. Año pasado, tuvimos muchos menos días de investigación, pero los animales empezaron muy más pesados, ¿okay? 450 libras ahora. La ganancia diaria de peso fue más grande que los años anteriores. El consumo de materia seca muy parecido, la eficiencia casi mejor un poquito. Pero cuando miramos al canal, las características muy parecidas, pero el absceso hepático se fue como cerca de 35 ahora. Entonces, lo que estamos observando es un cambio de 5 para 20 para 35 año pasado. ¿Por qué de eso? Yo no sé. Entonces, las conclusiones del año pasado, incidencia mayor, pero tuvimos un ganho promedio más grande. El verano año pasado fue más seco, pero más grande. Se duró más tiempo el año pasado. Tal vez un verano más seco tenha ganhado más peso. Entonces, cuando tomamos solo las cruzas Angus, 2022, 2023 y 2024, estamos observando un aumento al peso inicial de confinamiento, de curada engorda, más tiempo en los ranchos de bezerro, ¿ok? La ganancia se cambió de 3.2, 3.3, 3.3, 3.8. Lo consumo ha crecido también, pero la eficiencia muy parecida. La gran diferencia está aquí. ¿Y por qué estamos observando un aumento de ese absceso hepático? Es porque los animales están ganando más peso. La ganancia está mejor. Los animales están comiendo más. Yo no sé, es porque están tomando más tiempo en los ranchos de bezerro. Yo no sé. Entonces, lo más importante cuando miramos solamente los curados de engorda, ¿ok? 2024 obtuve lo mejor ganho diario, ganancia diaria de peso. Este tal vez es también un indicativo de que las haciendas, las lecherías, están utilizando semen de carne de mejor calidad. También es eso, tal vez están seleccionando Angus genética de mejor calidad. Tal vez ese es lo que estamos observando. Otras cosas, ¿cuál el impacto de ganancia diaria en lo absceso hepático? ¿Cuál es el impacto de peso inicial de esos animales en lo absceso hepático? Creo que tenemos que investigar eso más adelante. ¿Qué más que estás pasando cuando estamos cruzando esses animales a carne con leche? Um dos grandes desafios de animal puro hosting es o formato de la ribeye. ¿Okay? Cuando se van a los Walmart o comprar una ribeye, o que buscamos es este más redondo aqui, no este um quadrado mais ou menos. Quando cruzamos, estamos cambiando um pouquinho para mais cerca do animal de carne convencional, ¿ok? Então, é uma coisa boa. Quais são os grandes desafios que temos nos próximos anos? Há uma melhor raça ou temos que buscar um melhor touro dentro de cada raça? Alguns anos atrás, estava falando com uma pessoa que compra canal para JBS e eu perguntei qual é a melhor raça que tienes. E me dije los hostings. Los puros hostings são os melhores animais que eu tenho, porque a genética é muito uniforme. Eu sei o que se vai chegar aqui em las plantas. Agora com as cruzas, temos animais grandes, animais mais bajos, todos os tamanhos. Então, temos que ter muito cuidado com essa variação. A tolerância ao calor, principalmente em deserto, sul dos Estados Unidos. O que vamos fazer com as vaquilhas? Teoricamente, 50% desses animais são vaquilhas. Estamos só falando de machos. Como vamos a utilizar tecnologias como implantes hormonais, beta-agonistas? Vamos ter que utilizar mais forraje nesses animais. Uma outra coisa que estamos observando, é muito difícil de concluir isto com investigação, que utilizamos poucos animais. Pero é comum falar com pessoas que manejam esses animais em curadas de engorda. E sempre diz, Pedro, tenho animais que estão com bloat, como diz isso em espanhol? Como? Com timpanismo, não mesmo que português. Temos muitos animais com timpanismo nos primeiros dias de confinamento. Então, é uma coisa comum que estamos observando. Será que temos que utilizar mais forraje nesses animais inicialmente, nos curados de engorda? Creio que sim. Pero também temos oportunidade, sim? Teoricamente, e digo teoricamente, não é que observamos a oportunidade de seguir esses animais de um dia de vida hacia as plantas. Podemos saber que dia utilizamos o sêmen de ganado de carne em la vaca número X. E seguir esse animal quando se vai produzir a canal. Qual o impacto desse manejo temprano de IgG, de calostro, outras coisas tienes na vida do animal? Podemos também utilizar esses animais para produzir carne de qualidade, Angus, Wagyu, e como vamos utilizar as tecnologias também. Então, eu espero que não estavam esperando muitas conclusões aqui da produção de animais. Uma coisa que estou aqui para falar é mais para cambiar ideias e informação. Creio que temos muitas coisas para investigar. Muitas pessoas estão fazendo investigações com as cruzas, pero temos que trocar mais informação com as pessoas que estão trabalhando no dia a dia. Quais são as linhas de investigação futuras? Sim? Vamos cambiar de inseminação artificial para transferência de embrião, principalmente nas vacas Hershey. Será esse o futuro? Como vamos mitigar os impactos em hígado? O manejo alimentar e nesse manejo temprano aqui. Esse creio que é a maior oportunidade. E muitas dessas coisas decisões são tomadas em la dairy, em la lecheria. A seleção de que genética se vai utilizar e o calostro. Ok? Então, seu trabalho tem um impacto muito grande na produção de carne. A mensagem de hoje. O cruzamento de carne e leite tem o potencial de converter em uma fonte importante de carne nos Estados Unidos. He escuchado muitas pessoas que me dizem que, Pedro, já vi esse beef on dairy. Já estive aqui 20 anos atrás, 30 anos atrás. Creio que a hora chegou para quedar-se, principalmente por la mejora en la utilización de semen de sexado de las hembras. ¿Okay? Un buen colecho para todos, una buena genética para todos. El curado de engorda trae desafíos y oportunidad. Vamos a hacer bien hecho para no quemarnos esa tecnología. Es una tecnología de manejo que puede tener mucho impacto. ¿Okay? Entonces, ¿Qué se sabe? Es una buena pregunta. Necesitamos de datos. Estamos trabajando. No es fácil hacer una investigación que se tal vez empieza con un día y se va a terminar 15 meses después. Tienes que tener muchos estudiantes muy buenos como César para trabajar. ¿Okay? Entonces, los agradecimientos a las personas que trabajan en la Universidad de California, al sur de California, Brooke, en el Dr. Zinn, al Departamento de Agricultura de California, a los estudiantes, a César, Daniela, Sidney, por hacer todo el trabajo. En 2 meses, creo, vamos a presentar todas esas investigaciones de datos en un summit que vamos a hacer de investigación aquí en Fort Collins, de los días 10 a 11, 12 de junio. Si quieres vir y ver estos animales en curado de engorda, por favor, vamos a hablar de esto. ¿Ok? Bueno, creo que tomé los 45 minutos. Para más informaciones, tenemos nuestro newsletter, el podcast, por favor, se tome es gratis, tiene muchas informaciones. Perdón nuevamente por este portuñol mal hablado, pero si tienes alguna pregunta, estaré contento en responder. Muchas gracias. Tranquilo. ¿Ninguna pregunta? Sí. La pregunta es si estamos comparando lo liver abscess, o absceso hepático en las cruzas con los hostings, ¿sí? No, escuchamos mucho que las cruzas tienen más, ¿sí? Pero aquí en los Estados Unidos, que yo conozco, tiene dos investigaciones que tuvieron lado a lado. En esas dos no observamos diferencia. Pero creo que tal vez tiene alguna cosa ahí. Cuando estaba en la posgraduación, conducí muchos experimentos comparando el metabolismo de rumen de animales hostings con animales puro Angus. Y en esos estudios tuvimos la conclusión general fue que los animales hostings son animales que tienen un consumo de materia seca mayor, potencialmente producen más saliva y tienes una capacidad de tamponamiento de pH de rumen mayor de que los puro Angus. La pregunta es, cuando cruzamos, estamos pegando este consumo mayor con esa peor capacidad de tamponar el pH. Y ahora estamos criando esos animales son más, como digo, susceptibles a timpanismo y otras cosas. Y eso estás impactando en absceso hepático. No sé, no creo que no tenemos, pero si tienes un animal que necesita, que yo creo que hoy necesita de una mayor ayuda para tamponar el pH, tal vez son esos animales cruzados. Pero no, pensamiento mío, no tenemos muchos datos para probar esto. ¿Qué? Buena pregunta. ¿Más alguna? Y la mensaje, por favor, alimenta los animales con buen colostro. Esa es la mensaje final. Gracias.
Hola, ok. Muchas gracias al doctor Pedro por esta excelente presentación. Al menos puedo hablar por mí y aprendí bastante del Befundaria a través de la investigación que han hecho en AgNext. Vamos a tomar un descanso de ahorita, no sé qué hora es, unas 50 hasta las 2:15. Vamos a continuar con 3 sesiones en inglés. Damos por concluidas las sesiones en español. Va a haber traducción simultánea para aquellos que quieran escuchar las 3 presentaciones en español. Van a estar por medio de Zoom en el salón número 2. Durante el transcurso del descanso va a haber agua, leche, sándwiches y diferentes snacks para que por favor se sirvan y nos vemos al rato.
I'm assuming he's good. Are we ready to start? Yeah. All right, you guys, if you weren't in here this morning, my name is Carrie Yanius. I'm your DCHA Vice President this year. And I just want to welcome you into our pre-conference sessions for the afternoon. Our first sponsored pre-conference session is presented by Merck Animal Health. A bright future can start in a blink. See the power of SenseHub Dairy Youngstock. Brant Kirscher, the Dairy Business Development Manager for North America at Merck Animal Health, will address this topic. Brant oversees the dairy development initiatives, drawing on his extensive experience of integrating dairy software and technology on farms. He spent nearly 20 years managing dairy electronic identification, mobile projects for an ag software company. He also coordinated dairy research and managed teaching herds at the University of Wisconsin-Madison and University of California, Davis. Brant?
Everybody hear me okay? Wow, this is a real sense of power. Like, I'm loud. So first of all, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. It's a piece of your life. It's probably the most valuable thing you have. And so I hope that this is interesting to you. To some of you, it may not be new. To others, it'll be very new. But I think it's a really, really exciting topic. And I think when we look at the dairy industry and our ability to adopt technology, it's pretty profound, right? And I have a slide deck that isn't included in this, but when we look at the average cow in 1944, anybody know how many pounds of milk an average cow in 1944 made? Anybody care? Just curious. About 4,600 pounds, right? And so I think as an industry, our role in sustainability, the things that we do in our industry, we do so much more with so much less. It's really a profound thing. And I think technology plays a role in that. And so as far as Merck Animal Health is concerned, we had a pretty good line of products in preventatives and treatments in young stock. But what was the piece that was kind of missing that we thought we could fill? Anybody want to guess? Anyone? Okay, it was monitoring. Okay, and this was really a journey that started for us. Data collection to get to the young stock application that we have for monitoring now really started in 2016. So it was a long, long journey to get there. There were a couple of years where it got really hard to do it. I don't know, there was anybody remember the pandemic? That kind of slowed us down a little bit. But 2016 to where we launched it officially in March of 2024, we really spent a lot of time collecting data, looking at what we could do. And what we really found was we could find calves that were having an abnormal day really, really early. Okay. So when we tag, we are still, we pride ourselves on having the ability to monitor calves. If the tag is applied in the first 2 days, we can monitor them and give you actionable insights at 27 hours. So really kind of exciting, and it really changes the paradigm. So, we have this discussion about, do we find cows before clinical symptoms, right? How many people think we do? This is like participatory, so how many people think we don't? How many people don't care? Just curious. Okay, so here's a question for you. What's the difference between clinical and very, very, very mildly subclinical? Does anybody have a... Okay. Physical signs, no physical signs, right? But like if it's me looking at calves, if it's laying on its back with 4 legs up, I go, okay, this calf is clinically sick, right? But not everybody has that ability that I have to find a sick calf. That was a joke, okay? So this is the essence of SenseHub young stock, okay? Now, if you look at this picture long and hard enough, you can probably see most anything, but you see rows of hutches, right? So there's what, 5 hutches in the front row? And you can see more hutches and more hutches and more hutches, right? So how many people think the front row on the right would be a hutch to look at? Come on, raise your hand if you think that. I'm giving you the answer, right? Okay, thank you. So those of you that raise your hand, you've already used sense of young stock, right? Okay, that is an ear tag lighting up on that calf. Okay, and coincidentally, that would probably be about the right number of calves that we would light up in that group of 20 some hutches. Okay, so when we look at young stock, when we look at calves, it's one of those areas in our industry that probably lags behind in terms of our ability to monitor performance. Anybody disagree with that? It's probably really, traditionally the more neglected piece of our industry. And why is that? It's probably because there's just an absence of really good data, right? So how many people know of a site where all the treatment records get written on the hutches and then they lose them all when the hutches get pressure washed, right? How many people believe that they have really accurate human data to look at calves? So the end result of that is, and to me, this is really kind of interesting. It's a little bit old, right? So 10% mortality between birth and weaning, probably a little bit high, right? I think we're doing way better than that now. But the question is, just because a calf lives to weaning, does it mean it enjoyed it? Right? And even worse than that, is when we look at morbidity, right? The range is, some people argue it's 30, some people argue it's 50% morbidity, right? How do we measure morbidity in calves? What's that? If we found them, right? If we treat them, then we know we found them, right? And we never not treat an animal that needs it, and we never treat an animal that doesn't. And by doing it that way, we can calculate morbidity, right? Sounded stupid, didn't it? But anyway, that's that's how we look at morbidity, right? We say, how many calves did we treat? Okay? And so I don't know if that number is right, but I don't know what that number is. 30 to 50% is a pretty broad range in morbidity if we're looking at a national average, right? So what are the challenges with young stock? You guys all know this, so I apologize, but it's in my slide deck, so I had to talk about it. Calves don't want to show you what's wrong with them, right? So when you're walking hutches and you're looking at a calf and you stop and focus on that calf, what does that calf want to do more than anything else at that moment in time? Drink milk. That was a joke. Okay. It wants to look healthy, right? They've been selected, they're herd animals, they want to look healthy. So when that calf doesn't look healthy, when you're standing there looking at it, you're probably behind the 8 ball. Anybody disagree with that? If you do, throw something. Not eggs because they're expensive. Okay, but that's the problem is we spend how much time looking at a calf in a group of calves? How much time do we spend looking at a calf a day? How many people say a minute? Nobody. How many people say 3 seconds? Right? 3 seconds, is that a fair number? Okay, so let's play it this way. If I went to your family and I said, okay, here's what we're going to do. You guys are going to look at your family members for 3 seconds a day. And everybody here, your job is to look as well as you can look when this person looks at you. What are the odds that you're going to find a sick family member? Right? So that's kind of what we're up against. They don't want to look sick, right? They want to hide that. Secondly, how do we know when there's been a shift in what we're doing? When there's been drift in the protocol? Anybody try to track that wants to chime in and share? What's that? Drug usage, right? Drug usage, if I see it go up and I go, okay, it fits, it's in this season, it kind of makes sense, but I can follow drug usage, right? Which kind of goes back to that morbidity piece, right? And thirdly, oftentimes the first sign of failure is the failure itself in a program. Is that unfair? Okay, and then we backfill it with a whole bunch of other stuff, but these are kind of things to think about. So how easy is it to find somebody with the proper skill set to find sick calves? How many people think it's easy? How many people think it's hard? How many people are waiting to get to a beer? Okay, so it's not easy to find those people, nor is it necessarily inexpensive to train them and find out they're not the right person. Is that fair? Everybody really wants to do a good job. I really believe that. Most people want to do a good job. Not everybody has that skill set to go out and look at a calf. Some people can look at a calf and say, that calf's going to scour tomorrow. Some people just don't get it, okay? Then we go down to how do we measure, how do we find changes in how we're operating, right? So drug use, if drug use goes up, does that always mean there's a problem? The answer is yes, right? But what is the problem? Is it the people? Is it the training? Is it drift? Or is it a calf problem? Right? And even if drug use doesn't change, how do we know that they're treating the right animals, right? Go back to, how do you monitor when animals get shots in a herd, right? You measure the number of shots they gave. Was that always accurate? Right? I can remember back in the day saying, okay, we'll find out if they're giving the shots. What you do is sell some cows, don't enter it into your herd management, leave them on the list and see what happens. And those guys, oftentimes they were so committed to what they were doing that they went down to the auction yard and gave those shots. That's commitment, right? So really, even if we see drug use, it doesn't really indicate to us that we're on track. Okay, and then thirdly, we oftentimes when we find problems, it's late or we never even knew it, right? It's a 2-year-old that calves and never produces, and we don't know why. Is that a fair statement? Okay, so question for you is, what's the most expensive calf to raise? The calf that dies at day 0, the calf that dies at 6 months of age, or the heifer that lives and probably should add a change earlier on, right? So we really don't know that. We really don't know what happened to that 2-year-old when she comes in. Humans are really good at recording things, and I can remember begging people, please just stop recording calf health events. Just stop. They go, no, I need it, right? So what's the problem with humans reporting calf health? It's subjective, right? And even if it's the same person, is it the same person every day? They show up and their kid failed PE or whatever course it is they failed, and you're at work and you're thinking about my kid's future's over because they failed PE. And all those sorts of things, right? So they're not even the same people that show up every day. And that really becomes a big challenge. Okay, so if 3 seconds is about the right number, I have a question for you. Which of these 3 heifers is not having a great day? So the first person that's paying attention says, wait a minute, there's only 2. I took calculus in college. There's 3. Okay, so there's 3 ear tags, right? There's an ear tag off to the right. But we've already spent more time looking at this slide than the average site will ever spend looking at these 2 heifers today and tomorrow or this week combined if they're walking. Anybody disagree with that? Yep. So which heifer is not having a normal day? The one on the left, how many people say, everybody's got to vote? One on the left? The one on the right? The one in the middle? Does that help? Okay, that is the essence of Sense Hub Young Stock. It's not a diagnostic. It's helping us focus on the animals that need attention. Okay? So we find animals that are not having a normal day. And we're pretty sure that sick animals are not having a normal day. Is that fair? So when we see an animal with a light on, does it mean treat that animal? No. What does it mean? It means your best people can focus on those animals with lights on and make a determination what to do, right? So that light will change morbidity and mortality just as much as a thermometer. Not a very good sales pitch, is it? But the reality is, what it does is it allows us to focus on the calves that need attention. So the analogy I've used on farm is to say, what we're doing is you show up to work, and if you have 3,000 calves and you're the doctor, how many patients do you have in your waiting room on your way to work? Right? You show up to work, how many patients do you need to look at today? 3,000, right? They're all patients. But what if we could say, no, it's not 3,000 calves you need to look at. It's a very, very small subset of that, the calves that are having an abnormal day. That's what we do, right? So the goal is to empower your best people to focus on the calves that need attention. And so any of you that were here for Louis Borba's presentation this morning, that's really the essence of what he said. It allows us to focus like a laser beam on the calves that need attention. Okay? So this is dairy in California. They put the system in, and he says, yeah, you know, instead of looking at 850 calves, we could go look at the 20, 30, or 40 calves that are having an abnormal day. Any questions at this point? I must be doing an amazing job. Okay, so the tags are really, really cool if you like electronics, but nobody here cares about that, right? So when we apply a tag to a calf, okay, it initially says, okay, this calf is a pre-weaned suckling calf. The tags actually have a processor on them, and they collect all the movements of the calves. This is okay, if this calf is suckling, this motion means one of these 10 things, one of these 10 behaviors, okay? So we're not just looking at motion, we're saying, okay, this tag doing this for 1 minute means the calf has this activity, okay? Then it blocks that, and it starts a new minute. And it just keeps doing that. And then at multiple intervals per hour, it transmits that data back to the PC. The tag doesn't know anything about the calf, but the system does. So the system takes the block of data, it applies it to that calf, and it says, is this calf behaving normally relative to its history? Does that make sense? Okay. So suckling calves have a top secret behavior that we look for that I can't divulge. But once they stop suckling, we don't see it anymore. That was a joke. Okay. But when we move the calf out of a suckling group, it tells the tag, hey, change the algorithms. Now we're looking at a post-weaned calf. The behaviors are different. Does that make sense? So if we look at the progression of a calf, we have the weaned calf, the suckling calf, okay? And that goes with any calf that's in a suckling group. Calf transitions to a weaned group, and then ultimately transitions at 12 months to our breeding age heifer rat. Okay? And then it can transition to the cow app, which is like the full lifetime of the animal. It's kind of cool. Okay. So here's the nitty gritty. So when the tag is applied, if it's applied in the first 2 days of life, in 25 hours, or 27, something like that, ballpark, it will start to tell you if that calf is having an abnormal day. If it's applied at 7 days, it's going to take 7 to 10 days to baseline. Okay? So it's kind of important that those tags get in, they get assigned to the calf close to birth, and at that point, we can return actionable information in approximately 25 hours, 27. When we move the calf to a different group, the algorithms on the tag change. There's tremendous behavioral changes in the calf for the first 25 hours, right? So we go dark, we have a gap of about a day between the time, well, that's cool, isn't it? Not really, okay. So we have a gap because the algorithms now have to recompile, and then at 27 hours, 25 hours after we move them to a different group, then we start to see the same data. Any questions so far? Yeah. It's always the individual, great question. So the question was, is it a group thing or is it an individual animal thing? It's always going back to the individual animal, okay? So all the tag data for this tag, right now it's very confused, right? But that goes back to one record, and then it compares that block of data to the normal for that particular animal, okay? So in the software, here's where you'd assign the pen. You'd say, okay, it's a suckling group, or it's a non-suckling group, or it's a heifer group. And then the algorithms on the tag change based on that. So the question was, the normal is established in the first 24 hours? So if we get the tag in the first 2 days after birth, okay, then in 25 hours, we'll be able to tell you that calf's having a normal day or not. Does that help? Okay. So the question was, if a calf is born, it doesn't get off to a good start, then when it does come around, does that become part of that animal's baseline? Absolutely it does, okay? And so one of the things is that chronic calves, and we learned this really early on, that if we apply tags to older calves and we let them baseline, 7 to 10 days they'll baseline. Guess what? If a calf is a lunger, guess what it baselines as? It's a totally normal lunger, right? Because again, it's comparing that individual animal to itself, okay? So that first day or two becomes part of that animal's history that we compare to, but that gets washed out pretty quick after 8 or 10 days. Does that make sense? So, great question. Animals on bottles versus buckets. This system, because we're looking for that magic behavior that I can't tell you about on suckling calves, keep saying that, right? So they have to be nipple-fed calves, okay? We are not using it on milk-fed calves with buckets. Really good point, thank you. Okay, so this is the essence of what we're doing, okay? How many people, I'm just curious, please raise your hand or don't, but I'd like you if you did. How many people believe they have a really well-developed training program for the people that are walking their calves? Okay, and how many of you believe that you have a really good way to transition to a new person walking the calves. What we're doing is we're looking at every calf all the time, 24 hours a day, and we're doing it the same way. And this is a health index, so it was designed really with me in mind. So the only reason Merck really hired me was they said, look, we got to figure out how idiot-proof this is. So we'll hire Brent. If he can see this and he understands it, anybody will get it, okay? So 100 health index is an animal that's having a perfectly normal day. A health index of 0, it's not really 0, it goes to 40 is the lowest, but a health index of 0 means either the calf or the tag has stopped functioning, okay? So 100 is totally normal. The default that we have is if she drops below 86, that's the threshold that we assign for a calf that's not healthy. And that is actually exactly like we do with the cows. And we designed it that way so that we didn't have this disparity between the two indexes. So if it's below 85, or I'm sorry, 86, if it's 85 or lower, we know that calf's not having a really normal day. This list says, here are those calves. So I know which calf is having the most abnormal day based on this list, okay? And it gets recorded. So we can push it to third-party software and say, this is a calf, had an abnormal day today, and this is how abnormal it was relatively. Is there any value in knowing that? How many days a calf had an abnormal day? I think it's fairly significant. We're doing it the same way every day, and we're recording it, okay? And then the really cool thing is that we can turn a light on to your schedule. So we can say, okay, if you're going to start walking calves at 5 a.m., at 5 a.m., turn the lights on the calves that are having an abnormal day. And we want it to run for 2 hours a day, except on Sundays, we're going to do a little different. We start at 6 and leave them on for 3 hours. So that all is based on your schedule when we turn the lights on the calves. Kind of cool, okay? To me, that was a really big piece because, you know, if I went out to a calf ranch and said, hey, we're going to give you this really cool list, and all you got to do is look at the list and look at the calf, what happens? Nothing, right? They're not going to do it because it slows them down. It had to be faster for them than what they were doing. Because again, people all want to do a good job, right? And if it slowed them down, even if it was better, it wouldn't really get acceptance. The LED light changed all of that. That gave us the ability to say, okay, you have the list, you can go out there with the list, but look for the calves that have a light on. So here are some different methods for detecting calves that aren't having a great day, right? So visual observation. So sensitivity and specificity. Anybody comfortable with those two? So in the context of what we're talking about, specificity would be the likelihood that if we say a calf is having a normal day, it's really having a normal day. Sensitivity would be if we say this calf is having an off day, there's a really good reason for it. It's a little kind of a twisted version of specificity and sensitivity, but we're not diagnosing an animal. We're detecting an animal that's having an off day. Everybody clear on that? Okay, so these different methods, how good is visual observation? Okay, and ultrasound is really, really good as long as it's not digestive, right? So when we look at our system and we looked at the sensitivity and specificity in those contexts, anything below a health index of 86, if we said it was having a normal day, 97% of the time, it was having a normal day. Does that have value? Grasp that and weigh it. Isn't that cool? Okay, so if we put a calf in a bucket saying it's having a normal day, we're pretty sure it's having a normal day. Okay, sensitivity, you go, well, 63% or whatever that number is, right? A little bit low. So what does that tell us? In the context of how we're defining it, what does that tell us? Uh, 63% sensitivity would mean when they get in that bucket of calves that are having an abnormal day and somebody looks at them, they'll go, oh, that's clinically sick. So that means 6 out of 10 lights, we'd say, yeah, if somebody looked at it long enough, okay? What's the major difference between these data and these different techniques here? Anybody think of a difference between these two in terms of the ability to execute? How often would you do ultrasound? Infrequently, right? Even, I mean, you could even argue visual observation is somewhat frequently, right? Infrequently. So visual observation, how many people here walk calves 3 times a day? Anybody? Okay. How many times a day are we collecting data on these calves? Every minute of every day. Okay, so every time the index is recalculated, it's a new test. And to me, that's really the power of this, is we're watching the calves all the time, and we're looking for those calves that are not behaving the way they did yesterday. Okay, so this is a link, a QR code to a shameless white paper that has all those things in there. Okay, I didn't add a couple of slides I had from a study we did in Spain, an internal study, again, a white paper, really well-run place, and about 5,000 calves, I think a really large calf ranch for Spain, but very, very much an American-style calf ranch. And I remember the numbers vaguely. When they had roughly 400 calves in our system, 400 calves that were outside the system as a control. So how many people think they treated more BRD in the control group? Come on, participate. Like, this is supposed to be fun and stuff. How many people think the monitored calves had more treatments for BRD? It was the calves that were monitored. So we had about, I think it was 20% of the calf population that was monitored was treated for BRD versus just about 10% on the controls. So that's really cool, right? You get to treat more calves if you put the system in. That's not cool. But what is cool is that when we looked at the ultrasounds on the ultrasounded calves in both groups at weaning, we virtually eliminated the lung score 3s. Okay? I think it was like 1.2% versus 6% in the controls. What's that tell us? For those of you that were here this morning with Louis, what's that tell us? We're finding them a little bit earlier, right? And I think their death loss, which is probably the very lowest bar, as Dr. Wilson would say, it's the very lowest bar you can possibly set for calf performance. But death loss went from 8 or 9% to 2%. Okay? And also interesting in that study was that they had a surplus of veterinarians operating at this place, and they temped all the calves post-weaning every Tuesday. And then we looked at those calves post-weaning every day of the week, except Tuesdays and Fridays. The system found more calves than the staff. But Tuesdays, they temped everybody. And the treatments went through the roof on Tuesdays. And then they were slightly higher on Fridays. Why do you think they were slightly higher on Fridays? They had a 3-day recheck on everything they treated. So now they're looking through this pile of heifers they got to find that they treated on Tuesday, and inadvertently they find other animals to treat. But what's really interesting is We treat more in the hutches, but far less out of the hutches, which kind of goes back to what Louis at Lumar Dairy was saying. We get them off to a really good start. Okay, any questions? I'm sorry? It doesn't work? I didn't think anybody really used it, so I just made it up. Oh. If you're interested, come and see us after and we can make sure you get to it. That's shocking it doesn't work. Oh, really good question. So the question was, how can you get data on a calf at 25 hours if it's at birth, but it takes 7 to 10 days to baseline on cows or even heifers that are older than that? Okay. If you think of it this way, we don't know the calf well, right? At birth, that's for sure. The calf doesn't have a baseline, right? The next version will monitor them in utero, so it'll be much more accurate. Okay, tagging them is going to be a little hard, but that's okay. So, but really good question, and the answer is, if I take a calf, a newborn calf, and I put it in the middle of my living room or a hutch, how different will the behavior be? Not that different. And so we kind of, there's a whole transition where we look at the age, the tag application, and then we build the baseline out, and there's all sorts of algorithms that go into that to say, okay, we know here, and we're probably a little on the sensitive side on those newborns, but we'd rather be that than the other way. Does that answer your question? Any other questions?
How are you establishing baseline after you're getting transported all through the Midwest coming to this location?
So the question was, how do we establish a baseline on calves that are getting transported all over, right? The answer is they're going to baseline where they got, right? So if a calf is coming from a dairy, odds are that tag's going to go on when the calf hits the calf ranch, and we'll baseline there. Yes. Yep. Really good question. But yeah, it'll move to a different site and it'll re-baseline at that site. Yep. So the question was, when we move from ear tags to collars, so if that, like if it's cows, we're going to put collars on springers. So the short answer is yes, because the young stock system operates in a platform called SenseHub, and if that record, if the dairy is using SenseHub on the cows, that record would continue on. But those records normally are transitioning from SenseHub into Dataflow, which is our predominant dairy cattle management system in the US now. So over time, those records will still be there, Clint. So you could go back and you could look at it, and that data gets pushed to the third-party software. But ultimately, right now, if you're going to Dataflow with collars, then that record gets archived in SenseHub, and then we move over. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, a great question was, have we compared this to auto feeders? The very short answer is not extensively. Okay, but even the auto feeders are really good, right? I mean, there's some pretty good support out there to say, yeah, we can see suckling and we can see the duration of suckling and all those things. Ours is using suckling, but it's using even more than suckling. And when that calf moves out of the robot, then we also have that baseline to see how that transition goes. But the short answer is no, we really haven't compared it to robots. Any other? So the question was, does disbudding at an early stage in life affect the behavior of the system? Not really. Not really. We absolutely haven't seen that. So especially if it's early, right? Which most everybody's doing now. So really good question. Can you use the same sensor for the cows and the heifers? Absolutely the very same device. So the really cool thing is the system says, oh, okay, you're transitioning from a suckling calf. It tells the tag, change the algorithms, bundle the data differently. So all these different activities that we can see panting, we can see rumination, we can see eating, we can see the secret suckling behavior, all those things. Then the tag is told, bundle it differently because now that calf is weaned, and then bundle it differently again once it gets to 12 months old. But the tag, the way the tag operates, the algorithms on the tag change, tag's exactly the same tag. Same tag we use in the cows, if you're using ear tags. Good question. I'm sorry? Yep. So on the heifers and the calves, most of our heifers are in the SenseHub system. The antennas are a little bit different for SenseHub and data flow, but essentially the answer is yes. And that's all part of this whole system. So young stock it's a subscription-based model, which to me, it's interesting. That really seems to fit with people's cash flow. And when you look at a subscription model, it's almost considered a service. So if the tag fails, if the tag has to be replaced, and you're on the subscription model, the tag just gets replaced. Okay, and the lifespan for the battery, the tags are warranted for. See, this is where I'm not I'm not a sales. I'm the worst sales guy in Mercaz, so it's kind of funny I'm up here. So the tag life is supposed to be a 5-year life. I think it's warranted for 4, but on a subscription model, again, it doesn't matter. The tag fails, the tag gets replaced. Good question. So really good question, and stay tuned, because the answer is we would like to see these tags on breeding age heifers long enough to baseline before they go into the breeding pen. So 10 days before. We have tremendous success with heat detection on heifers. Cows, that's even an interesting question, isn't it? But on heifers, obviously, if you put them on early enough and you monitor, we're going to kind of stay tuned for that answer. But 10 days before they go into the breeding pen, then start breeding off the heats. Question was, how many third-party platforms can we integrate with? We're open to integrate with almost anybody that wants to integrate with us, but we integrate with 4 big ones in the dairy market. So right off the top of my head, Dairy Comp, Bovasync, DHI Plus, PC Dart. Okay, and then I'm sure there's some other ones in there. Any other questions? Guys, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate your time and listening to me, and hopefully there's a little bit of insight in there. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Dr. Jill with Purina.
All right. Am I on? All right. Oh, yes, now I am. Good afternoon. Thank you guys for coming. So yes, I am Dr. Jill Soderstrom. I am with Land O'Lakes and Purina. We are the same company. And today I wanted to talk to you guys, really talk to the producers and the CAF managers here about gut health technologies. I think a few years back, we used to talk about picking the right one. And I think now we're at a day and age where there are a lot of the right ones. And so when I work with our sales team, now they're coming to me and saying, there are so many options out there. Now, how do I select between all of these options? And so I want to talk about kind of that Goldilocks approach of finding not too much, not too little, and finding the right balance of gut health technologies that can help support our calves. So to cover this, I'm going to start with kind of first the idea of just the big picture of helping guide you guys through how do I pick what technologies are right for my system. And part of that is acknowledging that all of you have very unique systems. And so I'm going to kind of build some questions that might help you answer what's going on my specific farm with my specific calves, and then what solutions do I need for my specific area. So we're going to start with the cost of the immune system. So what is the potential problem? And then kind of how big is that problem on your farm or not? Then we're going to do what technologies can help. We're going to go over some of these technologies on a very big scale, these prebiotics, these probiotics, and what in general they're doing or potentially doing for our calf. And then we're going to talk about supporting versus stimulating the immune system. So if we're talking about keeping our calves healthy, we're going to talk about the cost of an immune system. What's the right balance? Again, that Goldilocks approach. What's the right balance of supporting our immune system without overstimulating it? And then the final one's going to be compatibility. I think this is a really important topic, especially now. As I said, there's so many options out there and a lot of good options, but we really now need to start thinking about the compatibility of these options because we're starting to combine multiple different things in our calf, and we need to make sure that they're going to work together well. So to start, the cost of the immune system. What is the potential problem that our immune system is causing our calves? So I'm going to talk about immune activation. So when we think about immune activation, think about the difference of our military that's doing nothing. So it's there, it's costing a little bit of money, there's people involved, there's still equipment, versus when we go to war, when we have to buy new tanks, when we have to bring in more people. That change of that active immune system is where this cost is. And I want to kind of go through how big that cost might actually be in our calves. So when we talk about immune activation, the things that might be activating the immune system are all sorts of things going on in our calves that happen on a day-to-day basis. It doesn't necessarily mean we're doing something wrong when our calves are experiencing this activated immune system. Simple things like castration, sometimes unfortunate injuries, even things like heat or cold stress. I know it was snowing a couple days ago here in Colorado. Now it's pretty warm, these temperature swings. Vaccinations, while they're good, they do still stimulate that immune system. We know a lot of these calves are on trucks these days. Those kind of things, pen moves, all of these things can potentially activate our immune system. So this is part of it. How much is happening to my calves and how much of this is impacting that immune system? So the cost, so when I say cost, I'm thinking about calories, energy, the energetic cost for that immune system to work. So the immune system, unfortunately, is kind of this big spiraling mess. It does a lot of good, but it takes up a lot of energy. To start with, one of the first things that happens when our immune system gets activated is often kind of in our brain. We start to have a fever response stimulated by our brain. And if you think of when you're cold and you want to warm up and to create heat, that takes energy. It takes energy to move around and make heat. So to create a fever, that takes energy from your body. But ironically, at the same time, our brain is also telling us to stop eating. We often see these calves are going to have anorexia. They're off feed. And so now we have a calf that, whether we're talking about our replacement heifers or these crossbred animals, all of these calves, our goal is to grow them. But now we have an animal that is not eating. So it's not intaking the calories that we wanted it to have. And then within that calf, if we think down to the gut level, normally we have our blood flowing, our blood goes to our gut. Part of what that's doing is the blood is delivering nutrients in and out of our gut. Some of it is also moving oxygen around to help keep our gut tissue healthy. But when we have an immune response, a lot of our immune cells, so think of where your lymph nodes are, think of if we're talking about an injury, that blood has to go to those other sites, those immune sites, and it has to work on supporting that immune system in that way. And that means there's not blood going to our gut. And if we have less blood going to our gut, then we're not supporting that tissue. And this is one of the reasons we get leaky gut. We're not having enough oxygen going to that tissue. We're not having enough nutrients going to support that tissue. And then we actually cause gut damage. So now we have an animal who's probably not eating, and an animal who that little bit of nutrients they are eating might not be getting absorbed well because their gut tissue is now damaged. Unfortunately, at this point, it just keeps getting worse. Part of that immune system is that the immune system will take energy no matter if the calf has it to give up. The immune system will flip a switch and say, I need that glucose. And so now the calf will have a lower insulin resistance. That calf will not take that glucose and absorb it into the body where we want it to be growing muscle. It will also tell that calf, I need some of that fat as a nutrient source. You don't get to put that fat on your body. I need it to support the immune system. So the immune system is stealing these energy sources from our animals. They're stealing protein and they're stealing fat. And the final one is that our liver as well has to start creating some proteins that are going to be our immune cells. So we talked about the difference of kind of just our low level, army or military out there, and now we're going to war. So we have to recruit more cells that are going to help us fight these problems. So some of these cells are what we call acute phase proteins. So if you kind of just really basically think of that, so acute phase is that first phase of the response of our immune system. So it just means in the beginning. And then protein, well, it means they're made of proteins. So to make little cells that are made of proteins, we have to have a protein source. So one of the things that I don't think we talk about enough when we talk about sick calves and calves that are having an immune response is how much protein is being used by that sick animal. So these little acute phase proteins, I think, are something I really want to kind of give an idea of how much we're using. So when we look at our muscle cells, so remember again, we're all talking about growing an animal. We want our young baby calf to grow to either be that nice replacement or that nice crossbred animal. But now we have this baby calf that we're trying to feed and we're trying to put muscle protein on, and then she gets sick. And her liver says, I have to make these acute phase proteins. I have to. This is how we will fight off whatever we're dealing with. But the problem is, when we think about proteins, remember they're made up of building blocks. Those building blocks are little pieces of amino acids. And the difference of the amino acids that are in our muscle protein versus the amino acids that build these acute phase proteins is very different. So when you look at the little blue dots here, those are actually limiting amino acids. Those are a group of amino acids that are not commonly found in our muscle protein. So when we have to make a whole bunch of these acute phase proteins, what happens is we have to take almost 4 times the amount of muscle tissue off of our body to break that down to get enough of those specific amino acids to build those acute phase proteins. So it's really an inefficient process. But again, that immune system will do whatever it takes. So if it needs to build those acute phase proteins, it will take it off of our muscle tissue if it's not getting it, enough of it through nutrient absorption. And again, we talked about that calf might not be eating, that calf may have leaky gut. So what we are trying to feed it may not be enough. Another part of this puzzle is glucose. This is a little bit more common, but we all know that our immune system takes a lot of glucose as well. Again, to show just how much glucose our immune system is robbing, I'm going to give an example with adult cows. I think the numbers just make it really a lot more clear about how much energy can go to the immune system. So there's a study that was done that looked at heat-stressed cows. So this is actually an older study. It's one of the very foundational studies to look at the impacts of heat stress on our lactating dairy cows. What this group did is they took two groups of cows. One group they put in a heat-stressed environment. So those cows were hot every single day. They monitored how much decrease in dry matter intake those cows had. And then they took another group that was in a comfortable thermoneutral zone. So kind of think of a room like this. They were very comfortable and they reduced their food intake. So they did what's called pair feeding. So they chose to limit that so that both groups had a dry matter intake reduction of about 37%. So two groups eating the same, a reduction from what they normally would. One group is hot, one group is not hot. And then they said, okay, what does this do to milk production? They looked at the milk production of those same two groups. And again, that heat stress group is going to be that bottom dotted line. So we expected, yes, these cows are eating less. Of course, we'll see less milk production. But the problem was that the cows that were not heat stressed and also ate 37% less had only half the difference of that reduction in milk production. So this led to one of those fundamental questions. Where is the other 50% of those nutrients going if they're not being lost all in milk production? Same dry matter intake, but a different reduction in milk production. So what is leaking in that system? Where between what the cow eats and the milk production, where is energy missing? And this study found that that was the immune system. There's been a lot of other work now that has confirmed that the immune system of actually all animals, so you and me, our baby calves, our adult cows, everything in between, we all use the same amount of glucose when our immune system is fully activated. You don't have to remember this. It's a very complicated math, but to make it simple, that means that our adult lactating dairy cow will use about 3.5, almost 4 pounds of just glucose every day when she has an activated immune system. So that very heat-stressed animal is going to use almost 4 pounds of glucose a day. So when we go back to say, well, why did those animals that were heat-stressed as they were reducing their intake, why did their milk production go down? Because it takes about 7 to 8 pounds of glucose to make 110 pounds of milk. So if half of that is going to the immune system, I think it makes sense why we can see some pretty significant reductions of milk production when the immune system is robbing that energy. So getting back to calves, because that's why we're all here. If we math this out for a 100-pound calf, our little baby newborn calf, on that same body weight equation, that calf is using almost 1/2 pound of glucose a day. So if we want to think of this in milk replacer, let's say we're feeding 1 pound of a milk replacer. So let's go with a 20-20, easy math. So 20% fat, 20% protein. So that means 60% of our milk replacer is going to be carbohydrates. Less than half of that is going to be just glucose. So we're now talking maybe about 1/4 of a pound of milk replacer provides 1/4 pound of glucose. So we need at least 2 pounds of milk replacer to make enough glucose just to feed the immune system. That's meaning that none of that is left over to grow our animal. So we are trying to grow an animal, and if we have this activated immune system, we might not be growing our animal. And some of you might be a little skeptical and say, this lady's crazy, she doesn't know what she's talking about, but I'm going to show you what happens. And you might all look back and say that you have seen this happen. So let's talk about in real life that energy demand of our immune response. So there was a trial done in Cornell, and they took a group of newborn baby calves and they give them a very high dose of crypto. If any of you have experienced crypto, you know that it makes calves very sick. They gave calves a very, very high dose because they wanted to make sure that every calf was sick. What they did was they took newborn baby calves, they gave them their typical colostrum at day 1. At day 3, they inoculated every single calf with this high dose of crypto. If you're not quite familiar with the crypto, kind of the phase, at day 7, we're gonna kind of start seeing that onset of shedding. So that's when we're gonna really see those animals start to get sick. At day 11, we're gonna see that peak of shedding. So that's where our animals are gonna be the most sick. Crypto does tend to resolve by itself. And so when we follow these calves out to day 21, we're expecting that they have all recovered at this point from the crypto. The only difference in the 2 groups of calves was the kind of plane of nutrition they fed these babies. So they fed one group of these calves 1 pound of a 20/20. The other group, they fed a high plane of nutrition. They fed 2.5 pounds of a 28/20. That was the only difference. All of the calves were made to be sick. And what is the impact of giving these calves more nutrition? So they looked at, first, pack cell volume. So pack cell volume shows how hydrated our calf is. It's kind of, at least to me, it's a little counterintuitive. You want a lower number. Lower number means more hydrated. The control calves, so the calves that only got 1 pound of that milk replacer, they were in essentially a state of dehydration for that entire 21 days. Whereas our calves that received the 2.5 pounds of milk replacer, they were able to stay in a state of hydration for almost the entire phase. Even when you consider, if you follow that arch, that's where we're going to hit that peak. So that's going to be our real key phase of when our calves were the most sick. These calves did get electrolytes because they were scouring quite bad. But you can see just the difference of feeding these calves a higher plane of nutrition and supporting that immune system helped them recover. We also saw, and it kind of makes sense with this correlation, we saw that the fecal scores improved 10 times faster. So not giving them any medication, nothing in the sense that it was actually fighting off the issue they were having, just supporting the immune system and giving food to both the calf and the nutrition to that immune system as it was fighting. And now let's go back to that math that if anybody, I'm not going to ask who thinks I'm crazy, but the calves that only got 1 pound of that milk replacer lost weight every single day. Their average daily gain was negative 0.1 over the entire period, which means at day 21, those calves weighed less than the day they were born. So that's where all that nutrition went. Every single bit of that milk replacer they ate went to supporting their immune system. And even that 1 pound wasn't enough to support the immune system to the extent that it took muscle and fat off of the body of that newborn baby calf, because that's how much the immune system will take whatever it needs. Whereas we can see that those calves that got that full 2.5 pounds of milk replacer, if any of you are kind of do out the math, that's not a great rate of gain for calves getting that plane of nutrition. But when you compare to how sick these calves were, that means that that was enough to support the immune system as well as keep maintaining and feeding them. We know the importance of average daily gain in these first few weeks of their life has long-term impacts. I don't think that you want a system where your calves are having a negative average daily gain for the first 21 days of their life. The immune system has the potential to really rob these calves. So that first question, when you're thinking on your farm, what is right for my animals? So the first question is, what kind of stress do your animals deal with? So I'm going to tell you, all of you are going to say, yes, my calves deal with some stress. It doesn't make you bad producers. All of our animals deal with stress. I deal with stress. My computer did not want to transfer the file today. We all deal with stress. So let's not ignore that none of these calves have stress. So, but how much stress? Are you putting calves on truck for 12, 16 hours? Some of us have to do that. That's going to be a little more stressful. Do you live somewhere where it gets really hot, really cold? There's only so much we can do. That is stressful. So how much stress? Or maybe you have a facility where your calves are still raised on your farm. Your animals aren't transporting that far. Maybe you are a lower stress, but I would still consider that there's still going to be some stress in your facility. So what about technologies? What technologies, when I'm saying all this Goldilocks, what's the right balance? What are the technologies I'm talking about? So again, let's remember this. Let's remember that cost when we go into thinking about one of the first things is reducing this cost. We want to find technologies that reduce the cost of this immune system by preventing this negative spiral. And two of the things that I think are going to be the most impactful and are most common probably to you guys are going to be our prebiotics and our probiotics. And I always talk about these together because they are sympathetic and they go together. So our prebiotics, these are going to be things you'll hear called yeast cultures, moss, beta-glucans, FOS. In general, these tend to be components mostly of yeast, and they are not live organisms. So our prebiotics in general, they have a lot of uses we'll dive into in a minute here, but in general, they're going to be food for our good bacteria, and they also can be used to support our immune system. Our probiotics are going to be things that we also might call DFMs or direct fed microbials. Mostly when we're talking about our baby calves, we're talking about live bacteria. Yeast does count as a probiotic. It is a live organism, but we tend not to feed live yeast because it has more of a rumen impact, and we don't tend to feed that as much to our baby calves. But in general, when we're talking about our probiotics, we're thinking of things that are going to help improve nutrient utilization and also support our immune function. And the reason I always talk about these hand in hand is because they function in a way that works together. So if you think about, if you buy a house and you have a nice pond in your backyard, and you say, you know what, I want to put a live organism in that pond. I want to plant fish in my pond. You're going to select a very specific live organism that will work in that system. That's the same thing what we're doing with our probiotic. We are picking a live organism that will work in our system. You're going to pick a different fish. You might pick a koi if you have a nice, in-ground pond. You might pick carp if you've got a big giant pond, but you might pick different fish if you have a saltwater tank in your house. Different organisms are going to have a different, the right one for different spaces. So depending on, you have your pond, your fish tank, whatever it is, you've picked your live organism. Well, now we have to support that live organism. So if you have a fish tank with that salt water inside, you have to make sure that that water stays at the appropriate salt levels. And then you also have to feed those fish the appropriate feed. And that's going to be a very different kind of support than if you picked these goldfish or koi for a backyard pond. It's going to be totally different if you have a very large pond with things like carp. You're going to treat that water and that environment differently, and you're going to feed these animals differently. So when we think about selecting our live organism or a probiotic, we need to think about picking a very specific prebiotic that's going to support that live organism. And so kind of going down this, like, how do we pick this? When I'm talking about probiotics, what I'm talking about is selecting a strain that is appropriate for our calves. So I think everybody here will understand this one. I'm going to start with cows to make this a really easy example. If we talk about species, we can talk about a Bos taurus and a Bos indicus. A Bos taurus example would be a Holstein. A Bos indicus would be a Brahma. I think everybody here, those are very different animals. I would have yet to see anybody milking Bos indicus or a Brahma. They are not known to be a milking breed. I think everybody here, okay, we understand these are very different animals. So let's go down, again, species. Let's keep on the same species now. And now we're going to go down to strain. So strain is kind of the same as breed. If we're talking the strain of bacteria, the breed of cattle, same concept. So here we go again. So now we're Bos taurus, Holstein. Bos taurus, Belgian blue. Belgian blue are also not a breed I have ever seen on a dairy farm. except now with crossbreds, but not as a dairy replacement animal. Boss Taurus Jersey. Okay, these animals are more similar. Our Holstein and our Jersey are more similar, but everybody now here could tell me the difference between a Holstein and a Jersey. There's a lot of differences between them because strain matters, breed matters, and strain matters. So let me show you where this applies in our bacteria. So Bacillus subtilis. If any of you here work with calves, if you work on a farm or a ranch with cattle, I guarantee somebody has come to your farm and says, I have a Bacillus subtilis for you. And they probably do because it's a very common strain of bacteria. But what we need to start asking is, what strain do you have and how is that going to impact my calves? So at Land O'Lakes, we have a strain that we very cleverly call LOL Bacillus, but it is a very specific strain that we use specifically for cattle. There is a strain of Bacillus subtilis called G1, and it causes mold on bread, and it would do absolutely nothing if you fed it to your calves. So the strain of probiotic matters to our calves. On the flip side, when we're talking about this microbiome and the gut population, the strain of pathogens we're talking about also matters. So when we think about talking about, oh, this probiotic might help me against this strain of pathogen, it's important that we're talking about pathogenic strains that impact our calves. So salmonella, everybody, oh, we say salmonella. Oh no, that's not great. Sometimes it's really not great. Salmonella Heidelberg. This is a very bad pathogen to have on your farm if you have calves. None of us want Heidelberg on our farm. But what if we're talking about Salmonella infantis? If your calves had this, if you got a postmortem back with infantis, that would not be what made your calves sick. If you also have poultry on your farm, you'd be concerned because infantis has the potential to make chickens sick. It will not make your calves sick. So we need to make sure when we're talking about what good bacteria we're adding, we also need to make sure we're talking about fighting very specific bad bacteria that is actually going to be pathogenic to our calves. So paying attention to strain of these bacteria is very important. And so again, when we're kind of thinking about this compatibility, these prebiotics work well with our probiotics, we need to remember that our probiotics are not the same. Some of them live in different environments. We talked about those different fish. We know that there's some fish that like to live on the top of the water. There's some fish that are bottom feeders. Our probiotics, our good bacteria are the same. They live in different niches in our gut. And so when we're selecting specific probiotics to add to our gut environment, we need to think about what food that specific type of bacteria likes. Because depending on which one we select, it might like a different prebiotic. And likewise, we also need to think about that byproduct. What is that probiotic strain going to do? There are probiotics out there that are starting to develop that help break down methane. That would be great in your lactating dairy cattle. I don't think that's something that we need to worry about in our young animals. So the byproduct, what they're producing, varies differently. And again, making sure it's specific to our facility, the problems you have, and a solution that will actually bring a benefit to you. So that second question, so we've already decided, okay, on my own farm, I've decided how much stress my animals are having, so how big of a problem this is. So then we're gonna think, okay, with these probiotics, what is the research on this strain? So please don't come to me saying, I have a Bacillus subtilis, and it's going to cure your salmonella, because none of those address strain. Have you done research on your strain of bacteria and on strains of pathogens that are impacting my calves? And that's the most important thing. On calves, there are strains of bacteria that work well in the ruminant of our adult animal. If we're looking at our 2-day-old baby, a strain that is ruminant predominant may not be right for our calves. A strain that is for chicken and pigs, they might work, but they might not. We have to have tested them in cattle, tested them in calves to make sure that these strains are appropriate for our calves. So back to these prebiotics. If all you remember from this part is that it's complicated, that's great. because it is complicated. And this isn't something you have to know yourself when you leave here, but this is something when somebody says, I have a solution for your farm, you need to ask them these questions, and they should know these answers, and they should be able to explain how these specific products are going to be appropriate for your farm. So if we look at a yeast cells are real tiny little guys. If we pull out the inside of that, we get a product called yeast extract. If we then take just the wall of that yeast, we can break it down, and it's an incredibly complicated system. Oops. We can break it down even more, and you'll see that each of those little components, so those little orange squiggly guys, those are going to be our moss or our mannoliposaccharides. The blue little curves there, those are our beta glucans. We can even pull those apart and feed those separately, or we can feed the product as a whole entire yeast cell wall. So there's a lot of different options, and they all have different functions in your calves. So if somebody just says, I have a prebiotic that'll work for you, start asking them, well, what component is it, and what is going to be the benefit? So what component is this, and what is the source? And then what are the intended expectations? What am I going to get out of this? How is it going to make a difference in my calf? So let's go now to that support versus stimulate and kind of dive into some of these prebiotics and how we need to find the right balance of these. This is where we get into that potential of the possibly too much. Maybe. So one of these things we talked about, prebiotics can be food for our beneficial bacteria. So FOS is commonly considered food for our bacteria. And so we're going to go back to this fish analogy. We're going to think of, at this point, we have one little goldfish in a tank at home. So we kind of can think of that environment. And we're going to talk about adding a prebiotic. So this prebiotic is, again, going to support that environment. So our prebiotic can help feed that fish. But if we give it too much, we can create a problem. So our prebiotic is going to feed our fish. And then we talked about our fish or our probiotic, that live organism, is going to produce other things. So they ferment that feed that we give them. Some of these things are going to be gases like carbon dioxide or methane. So it's really important that we find the right balance of feeding our probiotics, feeding our live organisms, that just enough that we're not creating an issue and we're not giving them too much of a good thing. So finding the right balance is very important of not overdoing this. Likewise, again, thinking about going back to this energy source and thinking about these acute phase proteins and them as an energy source. So these acute phase proteins are very important. They are part of the signaling that tells our immune system what needs to happen. It'll tell it that it's seeing a salmonella that it needs to fight or that it's seeing an injury. So they're very important communicators. But again, it's important to have the right balance. So we all have heard that the idea of our calf is born with this naive immune system. So it's an untrained immune system that doesn't really know right from wrong, self from a problem. So it's the equivalent of having a bodyguard that has no idea what its job is. A bodyguard who has never been trained. That bodyguard is not going to be effective when there is a problem. Just like our immune system, our baby calf has this naive immune system. And so when it sees its first insult, so when the first E. coli comes into contact with that immune system, it takes a long time. That immune system says, I'm not sure what I'm doing, and it's a really slow response. So what we can do is we can add some of these things like beta glucans. Again, beta glucan is part of that yeast cell wall, part of that yeast component. We can add a beta glucan to our calves, and what that does is it shows these immune cells. It says, hey, I'm going to help train you just a little bit. So what we see when we do that is we do actually see a small immune response in the early days, and then our immune system should settle down. And then when we see a pathogen like that E. coli or salmonella, that immune system is now trained. It is now trained and prepared and ready. So right when that immune system encounters a pathogen, it's faster and able to respond more efficiently. So we're able to fight off those pathogens quicker. But again, we talked about there's that risk of too much. So this is where, when we're talking about that Goldilocks, there's possibility to not support our calves enough, but there is a chance of overstimulating. Something like a beta glucan, if we overstimulate, and it's kind of like having that same bodyguard that instead of just having him trained so he's prepared, it's like giving him steroids and he kind of hulks out and he's so focused on just rage that he also doesn't do his job. He's wasting energy just being frustrated and mad because we overstimulated him. So these technologies, there is a just right. There is an amount that stimulates in a good way, but not overstimulates. We just want to support this immune system. So that final question, I think one of the things that's really important is talking about dose. Go back to thinking of that first question. What calves are we talking about? Are we talking about addressing problems with calves that just got off a truck for 16 hours and we know they're stressed and they've been commingled and we have a potential problem? Or are we talking about a farm where your calves moved 10 feet over and they get a lot of attention and things are pretty good and you just kind of want to give them that extra boost? What animals are we talking about? Because our technologies are going to work different in those animals. So when somebody says, I have a solution for you, is this a solution for high-stressed animals that are already having immune complications? Or is this a solution that I should be feeding my calf every day during that milk phase because it's just going to help support them and be more preventative in case something bad happens? So understanding the right dose for the right type of system your calves are in is very important. And the final one is technology compatibility. So we already talked about prebiotic and probiotics, and I'm sure most of you know there's a lot of other ones out there. And there's also the combination of prebiotics and probiotics, but other things like our phytogens and different sources that our calf might all be seeing at one time. This paper was recently published in the journal Dairy Science. I feel like I need to send them a thank you note because, spoiler alert, they got bad results. And most of us don't publish things when we get bad results. But this paper is a great example of that not everything works with compatibility. So what this team did is they looked at 2 products. Like I said, there are a lot of good options out there. They looked at a commercially available botanical extract. It has been proven in calves, so it checks my first box. It's been proven in calves to help enhance dry matter intake and gut health. And they looked at a second product from a very different company, and they said, in calves, this has been shown to improve gut health and improve growth and performance. So right there, they said, check, check. Both of these sound great. Different mode of action. Let's put these together in our calf, and we hope we're going to see a synergistic impact. We're going to get 1 + 1 = 2. Maybe 1 + 1 = 3. That'd be great. It can happen. But unfortunately, what they got was 1 + 1 = -2. So they looked at each of these individually, which was great because they did show that indeed they actually did have an increase over the control. Not maybe as significant as they were expecting, but on an individual basis, both of these technologies worked well. When they combined the technologies together and fed these calves, they saw that here we're showing that dry matter intake was reduced for the entire phase of 10 weeks of feeding these animals, these 2 technologies. And you're saying, okay, well, cross my fingers, maybe they were more efficient. Nope. The combination of these products, these calves actually had a reduction in body weight compared to the control and compared to when each individual technology was fed together. So for some reason, these 2 technologies, when fed together, had an antagonistic impact. These calves would have been better off without any added technologies than compared to the combination of these 2 technologies. And we don't know if technologies are going to work together until we test them in the animal, and the animal shows us that they either do or do not work together. The second one is bacteria compatibility, and I think this is a very hot topic of, do I feed one strain of bacteria? Should I be feeding a combination strain of bacteria? I'm going to tell you, I think there's not a clear answer, but if we start talking about feeding combinations of bacteria, it is incredibly important that we're making sure that these bacteria play nice together. So one thing when we want to test a bacteria, one of the first things we do is we'll look at something called a zone of inhibition. So we take a Petri plate and we smear it with a bad bacteria. And hopefully the research is done on a strain that we know is impactful to calves. And then inside those little black wells, we're going to put our good probiotic bacteria. And ideally, if that probiotic is impactful against this pathogenic bacteria, we get that zone of inhibition. So that clear spot means that the good bacteria prevented growth of the bad bacteria. So when we look at, is this bacteria going to be impactful in my calves? We're going to look at this zone of inhibition. So here's an example where we had a customer who was asking us, they said, we're really interested. We have a lot of salmonella and a lot of clostridial. Can we put a couple bacteria together and make a product that is going to benefit our calves? So at Land O'Lakes, we have this large library of different bacteria. And so we took a bunch that on paper say they should work against Clostridium and work against salmonella. And we got a strain of Clostridium perfringens that was isolated from sick calves. So we know that it was a strain that does impact calves. And we looked at a handful of different bacteria and we looked at their zone of inhibition. We said, okay, so here's our top 6. So we selected these, said, okay, next step, we want to look at that salmonella. Again, we made sure to pick salmonella strains that were directly from sick calves. We knew that these were problematic strains. So if we're going to test if this is going to help calves, let's make sure we're looking at the right strains. So we looked at a couple individually. We said, okay, we're finding some good ones here. We said, but we have a lot of problems here. So we wanted to use at least 2 different strains. We want to make sure we have broad spectrum protection for these animals that we're looking at. So if you notice, at the very top there, it shows that 50/50 and BC39 were both quite effective against all salmonellas. Then we put them together and they stopped doing anything. They were not effective. And this is common. Bacillus subtilis, while it can be beneficial, sometimes you put it next to each other and all it does is it wants to compete and fight. So this showed us that would probably not be the best strain combination for our calves. Individually, those are both good products, but when we combine them, for some reason, we do not see an impact. In the animal, it might be a little bit different, but when we have other options, as you can see above, when we have other options where side by side they still do their job and they still prevent bacteria growth, that's just some of those combinations that we just say, it's not worth trying. They're probably not going to be our best option. So looking at strain compatibility is very important. And so if we haven't tested multiple strains together, there's a risk that we're going to have those bottom lines where they do not do their actual job. So that final question, really thinking about combining our technologies, have they been tested together? And so this is why kind of overall, so we're going to start with our question of, are my animals stressed? What stress situations are we having? Do I want a product for really high stress animals or lower stress animals? Then thinking through, what probiotic, what live organism am I trying to grow in there? And then how am I going to support that with these prebiotics? And then now that I'm talking about multiple things, do I have confidence that these all work together? And that's why we always do things with a program approach, because we know that at the end of the day, all of these technologies and any product you're putting in your calf, at the end of the day, they're all going into the same gut of a single calf. So if we're talking about a technology that we want to feed a calf as maybe a day one product, kind of a probiotic booster, energy booster, that's going into the gut. That's going to be the same gut that we're putting milk replacer in. So whatever technologies are in both of those products, we need to pay attention that as a program, those are going to be compatible. And the same as we think of our starter and grower. Our calves start eating that starter a couple days, couple weeks in. So any technologies that we're adding to our starter grain is also going to be mixed in with the same technologies that's in that milk replacer. And any other products that we're adding in there. If it's all going to be in the same stomach, we need to think program-wise of these calves. We can't think about individual technologies anymore because as you saw, sometimes you can combine multiple things that on their own work well, but in combination, if we don't think about this as a holistic approach, we might get either negative or at least not a benefit to our calves. So we really owe it to our calves to kind of find what's just right, finding that right balance of supporting the immune system, supporting that gut health without overdoing it. And with that, I think I have a moment for questions. Thank you for your time.
All right. We are moving on to our last pre-conference session of the day. And just a friendly reminder that happy hour will take place after this session in the trade show room. So no pressure, Dr. Prentice, but you're standing between us and the bar. Our final pre-conference session is sponsored by Elanco Animal Health. David Prentice, Associate Advisor, Technical Consultant at Elanco, will address a new tool in the toolbox for bovine respiratory disease. Dr. Prentice obtained his Doctor of Veterinary Medicine degree in 1991 from Iowa State University and spent the first 7 years of his career in a private mixed animal veterinary practice in Northeast Iowa, followed by an exclusive dairy practice in Tulare, California. In 2000, he obtained a master's degree in dairy science from the University of Wisconsin, where he researched ionophores and subacute ruminal acidosis. Since leaving on-farm veterinary practice, David has worked in various industry positions and has been a technical consultant for Elanco Animal Health in the dairy business for almost 16 years. Welcome, Dr. Prentice.
Thank you. Standing between you and beer, that's, I guess the good news is. The bad news is I'm coming back from Arizona Bike Week and I really don't need any beer. But so this is the first work function I've done in 10 days. So we'll see how it goes. I'll get you out of here on time if we have to skip some slides. Who all made it to the webinar we did at Dairy Calf Heifer probably a month ago or so? Shoot, I could have done that same presentation. Oh, well, okay. So I put some new stuff in here from that, but then there's some copied stuff in here. So first, let's talk about incidence of respiratory disease and how much is there, how much do we deal with. This is from published studies, and each one of those histograms represent a different study, and the different colors were in the study were the authors' estimate of how good the diagnosis of BRD was. Was it a high-quality diagnosis? In other words, was it done by trained people looking at respiratory disease using tools like ultrasound, et cetera? Or was it low quality? So you can see that there's a wide, each one of these is a separate study, and then the incidence in the study ranging from 61% all the way down to 2%. Overall BRD incidence was 18%. And this is this would be predominantly in pre-weaned dairy. I don't know if that's all pre-weaned. I believe that's from the first several months of a calf's life. So this is a convenient sample from a data set that we have. There's over 2 million calves here, and we looked at a large, we have a large data set of farms. It's not farms that we've been on, so we don't know what their diagnosis capabilities are. We don't even know what their case definition is, right? We simply went into their record program, and if they had an event recorded that was PN or pneumonia or something that looked like pneumonia, it was called pneumonia. And we had this was 4 years worth of data. We had over 2 million calves in this data set. Now, right or wrong, we did have 61 herds that had less than 2% pneumonia. And we were looking at the first 180 days of life. And right or wrong, we excluded those herds because we thought, well, realistically, how many herds have calves that get all the way to 180 days with only 2% incidence of BRD? I'm sure there's some out there. We probably excluded some that were real, but we felt probably the majority of them weren't real, so we just excluded those. In that population, quite a bit higher incidence of respiratory disease than what the published studies said. We're at about 29% on the average population, with a herd average of about 28%. So this is that same data set stacked, and you can see, so this is first case of pneumonia, second case of pneumonia, and third case of pneumonia. Obviously, if an animal has a third case, it had to have a first and second. We put a mandatory gap in there of 14 days. So in other words, in their record system, if they have pneumonia recorded today and then 4 days later they had another pneumonia recorded and then none after that, we simply called that one case, and that animal would only appear here and not here. Again, this is that same data set. 612 calves had the first case of pneumonia, which is that 29.3%. But you can see this very plain bimodal distribution, right? So this is that real early pneumonia, and this is probably a post-commingle pneumonia. So this, this is pneumonia in the hutch, and then a post-commingle. So clearly the transition period is certainly a risk period as well. It still surprises me that we have this much pneumonia and huts. But again, the ultrasound data would back that up, that we do get a lot of early pneumonia. So it is a significant cause of death in dairy calves. If we look at the NOMS data, and I know this is survey data, it is what it is. But if we look at the NOMS data, the way this graph is set up is each one of these are different NOMS studies. Now, I will point out this DHG 2011 is kind of an outlier because that is specific to dairy heifer growers, right? So they only surveyed professional heifer growers. All these others are actual dairies. So the way this is set up is the purple, I guess, the purple bars are the percent of deaths that are occurring in pre-weaned heifers. So 8.4, 10.8, 8.7, so on and so forth. And then the other is the percent of those deaths that are respiratory. So you've got about, 2%, 4%, 2%, 2%, 1.5%, 1%. In the pre-weaned heifers that are caused by respiratory disease, deaths. Now, this is not morbidity, this is mortality. If we look at the post-weaned heifers, obviously the death rate goes way down, right? That's a good thing. Once we get them weaned, usually commingled, our death rate goes way down. But of those deaths, now almost half of them are due to respiratory disease. So what are the effects of BRD and why do we want to diagnose it? And, you know, you heard Brant talk about early diagnosis, and I think that's important. This is from that same Bukzinski paper in Journal of Dairy Science 2021. This was a meta-analysis for respiratory disease. And in that meta-analysis, they had 10 studies that were for average daily gain. 7 of them included mortality. 7 of them had removal prior to first breeding. And then 5 studies they were able to use for milk production. And the conclusions of that, odds of dying was 2.85 times higher for any animal that had a diagnosis of respiratory disease. Odds of culling before first calving, 2.3 times higher than an animal without. Average daily gain was reduced by about 0.14 pounds per day in heifers with BRD versus those that weren't. And again, only 5 studies. So not a huge data set, but pretty significant milk loss in the first lactation. So about 240 pounds of less milk in the first lactation. So not only is BRD costly from a death standpoint, there is a lot of deaths, but it also is the gift that keeps on giving, right? Now, I think in the future, some of the stuff that I think we'll be looking at in the future is as the technology develops to early diagnose, I would love to see a study where we get a real early diagnostic, early diagnosis, and then look at those heifers going throughout time. If we diagnose early and catch them early, do some of these ramifications, do some of these numbers go down? I don't know. Some things to look at in the future. And back to our data set, again, this is that large data set we had. We modeled, we wanted to look at mortality and see if we were pretty close, and we included a lot of different things in our model. You can see it over here. So early pneumonia, yes, no. So this is survival by 180 days, all right? What we included in the model was birth year, birth month, the breed, birth weight squared, and then whether or not the animal had pneumonia. You can see a bunch of zeros over here. That means all of those things were significant in the model. They all played a role, whether an animal was dead by 180 days or not. As far as pneumonia, the odds ratio with pneumonia and that data set I showed you earlier, an animal with a pneumonia was 1.74 times more likely to die by 365 days than a calf that did not have pneumonia in that data set. So I'm skipping a whole bunch of stuff that's really important for pneumonia that a lot of this conference is going to talk about. Housing, diagnosis, nutrition, colostrum, ventilation, vaccination, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I do want to introduce a new product that is just recently on the market. It's a new tool for respiratory disease. It's in your toolbox now, and it is called Predilex or Predafloxacin injection. And it's interesting because a lot of people, when we introduced this, a lot of people thought there's no way we're ever going to have another antibiotic come to the food animal marketplace. And this is the first true food animal antibiotic that has been introduced in 10 years. Now, Draxxin KP was introduced in 2021, but remember, that's Draxxin, right? So Draxxin was actually first on the market in 2005. So it's the same drug, it's just combined with an NSAID. So the antibiotic is the same, it's just combined with an NSAID. So back when I started practice, I started with the introduction. I started in 1991. Micotil was early in 1992. I've kind of always used macrolides, and I started with Thailand Dex IV, which I would consider malpractice today. LA200, we did a lot of meta in our practice, and then when Micotil came out, it really changed the game, right? Micotil is a macrolide antibiotic, and macrolides tend to be very good for respiratory disease. They're fast-acting drugs, and they last a long time. So that was a game changer. And then you can see the timeline as time went on. We went out here and introduced all the other products, but now we have Predafloxacin, and Predafloxacin is a fluoroquinolone antibiotic. So the elevator speech, it's a third generation fluoroquinolone. There's no other third generation fluoroquinolone available to us. Baytril is also a fluoroquinolone. It is a second generation fluoroquinolone. It is available in 250 ml and 1 ml amber bottles. The amber means keep it out of sunlight, right? Anytime anything comes in a brown bottle like Coors or Bud Light, you're supposed to keep it out of direct sunlight. Same goes for Paradofloxacin and any other antibiotic in a brown bottle. It is indicated for the treatment of BRD associated with our typical BRD pathogens, hemolytic elephantiasis, somnus, and bovis. It's also used in swine. The swine label's obviously different. This is a heifer meeting, so I'm not going to talk about swine. 2.3 mLs per 100 pounds. It's 10 mg per kg with the typical 15, no more than 15 ml per injection site. That gets you up to about a 600-pound animal. Oh, the withdrawals in cattle, the withdrawal is 4 days. Here is the label, and I do want to point something out on the label, because for those of you people who actually read the label, first of all, kudos for reading the label. I think that is great. But I do want to get down to this part, and this is directly from the label for the, if you look at the label on the bottle, this is it. If you read this, not for use in cattle, intended for breeding, blah, 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 down through here, you see that right there, it says dairy calves. And when I first saw that, Dr. Tessman is our pharmacologist. I called Dr. Tessman. I said, what's with this label? The way I read that, and granted, I was no good in English. I was terrible in it. And asked to do better about that. The way I read that is, it says not for use in dairy calves. And he's like, yep, I know. That's what we had to put on the label. That was an FDA thing. He goes, you can use it in dairy calves as long as they're over 2 months of age. The FDA defines a dairy calf as an animal younger at 2 months of age and younger. And I've got dairies that, they still have hutch calves. They still have calves in hutches. At 90 days, they wean them, keep them in the hutch. So they're still considered a calf on that operation. And those were the operations saying, I can't treat these. Yeah, you can. As long as it's 2 months of age or older, you can treat it. Now, some of the pushback I've had with this so far, it's pretty new. So there's not a lot of feedback on it yet. But the biggest pushback I've had when we started introducing this is that you can't use it. And if you remember that graph I showed you, that bimodal, so I work with a lot of folks in Ohio that do a lot of early ultrasounding, and they say it's like, well, that's no good. We can't use it on that first scan ultrasound. And you can't, but if you look at that bimodal distribution, there's also a lot of pneumonia that happens after 2 months of age, okay? So remember, it's a fluoroquinolone. You cannot extra label fluoroquinolones. So again, to the elevator speech, dual mode of action, and I'm going to touch on that. It gets in quick and it gets out quick. We'll come back to all these in more detail. It's a single dose, low volume antibiotic, exceptional syringeability. It doesn't crystallize when it's super cold out. Those of you that have used Baytril and had the crystals, it doesn't do that. It's quickly eliminated from the body, hence the 4-day withdrawal. It's actually a 2-day withdrawal in swine. And then we'll talk about that reduced chance for resistance, not only for the fast in, fast out, but also some of the pharmacodynamics and kinetics of the drug. So molecular structure, I would love to be a organic chemist, and you sit there in your lab and you say, I wonder if we took this ring off and added this compound. I wonder what would happen. So they sit around all day and play with these molecules. And the point I want to make here is the basic fluoroquinolone or the basic quinolone structure is the same, right? So it is a quinolone, but they've changed some things with it biochemically. They've added a group here, a pyridine, piperidinamine, and then they've added a cyano group. So even though it is a quinolone, it is truly a new molecule. And if you go back to your days in organic chemistry, it doesn't take very big changes. The difference between LSD and not LSD is one small little change, right? And so these changes completely change this molecule. So it is truly a new and unique drug. Don't think of it as a better Baytril. It's different than Baytril. So these changes enhance the spectrum of activity. against gram-negative bacteria and particularly those without a cell wall. And for us, that means mycoplasma. So it's also got enhanced potency, very low MICs, and I'll talk about that here in a little bit. Super low MICs for the bugs that are important to us from a respiratory disease standpoint. And then again, these changes also result in faster and more potent bactericidal activity. So the way this molecule works, if you think about a bacteria, all cells have DNA, and remember DNA is a helix, right? And then when an animal replicates, that helix splits apart, messenger RNA comes, makes copies of it, and then it comes back together in two daughter cells, right? So the way this drug works is there's two enzymes that are involved in replication. DNA gyrase, and as the name leads to, gyrase is the twisting. So that's an enzyme involved in twisting and untwisting of the helix. And then topoisomerase 4. And topoisomerase 4 is an enzyme that's responsible for separating those once they've replicated into their two daughter cells. Most fluoroquinolones work on one or the other of these enzymes. And by messing with that molecular structure, they were able to get this fluoroquinolone to work on both of those with equal affinity. And that makes a big difference for the bactericidal action of this drug. So that's what really enhanced the bactericidal action of this drug. And it's also what included, I know it's not important for us, but it also included a really good spectrum against some gram-positive bacteria that are important in the swine world. So it has more bactericidal mechanisms than a single target fluoroquinolone like Baytril and Advocin. Those are both single enzyme fluoroquinolones. So I keep saying bactericidal, bacteriostatic, bactericidal. This is just a conception of what that is. So our bacteriostatic drugs, they don't actually kill a bacteria. Most bacteriostatic drugs, so think your macrolides, your fluorophenols, your tetracyclines, bacteriostatic drugs tend to affect protein synthesis. So the 50S, 70S ribosome, 30S ribosome. So the part of the cell that's involved in protein synthesis. And what they do when you have a population of rapidly growing, you get an infection here, and the bacteria start logarithmic replication. Let's just say this is BRD, and all of a sudden I come in with my good friends, the macrolides, give it a big dose of macrolide or an on-label dose of macrolide. I'm not killing the bacteria, but I'm screwing with their protein synthesis. And if you mess with their protein synthesis, then they can't do their normal functions. And eventually, over time, they will just peter out, right? So what you're not killing the bacteria, but you are kind of holding them. So there's not this additional growth, there's not this additional damage. And then over time, those bacteria will eventually peter out and die. So this, with bacteriostatic drugs, and again, macrolides, so think Micotil, Draxin, and Crexa, Thailand, all your macrolides are bacteriostatic, okay? So they will stop the bacteria from replicating because they're stopping it from doing its deal, but they don't kill them. Where a bactericidal drug, you come in with a bactericidal drug, that will, the population of bacteria will actually start declining rapidly depending on the drug, because now you're killing the bacteria. When you mess with DNA, that bacteria ceases its function, okay? DNA is the master of life. And when you start messing with that, you start killing those bacteria. Beta-lactams are bactericidal, but beta-lactams work on cell walls, not on DNA. So a lot of your beta-lactams will kind of hold here as well. They kind of behave bacteriostatic depending on the population of bacteria. But beta-lactams are bactericidal. So when I talk about pharmacodynamics and pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics is kind of how the drug, what the effects of the drug are in the body. Pharmacokinetics is how the drug moves through the body. So another thing about this, dual mode of action with the two enzymes in the DNA If you look here, I've got all the macrolides, tetracyclines, beta-lactams, and fluorphenols. Right, and this, you put bacteria on a plate or you put it in a lung, you get this logarithmic growth. It grows up into a point where it's exhausted the nutrients and cells available, and it gets into the stationary resting phase, and eventually it comes out here, and this out here is where the animal dies. Most of the drugs will affect these bacteria in the growth phase. They'll stop them from replicating. You won't have any more replication, so they work really well here. The fluoroquinolones, because of their activity on DNA, they will kill both in the stationary and the growth phase of the bacteria life cycles. So it reduces the period when bacteria can form resistance. So if you kill them here and they never get to here, if you're late, and again, you go back to early diagnosis, right? If you start seeing animals here, and remember, animals don't, the natural tendency, these are herding animals. They don't want the hyena to kill them, right? So they want to fake us out. They don't want to tell us that we have disease because they don't want the hyena to come and kill them. So that's just their natural tendency. So I can show you study after study where we miss a lot of, not only do we misdiagnose, we miss a lot of diagnosis, but we also diagnose and treat animals that don't need it. So when you start thinking of these technologies, if we can move more and more of our treatments here, right, then I think our survivability is going to be way better, because once you get out here to your stationary resting phase, a lot of the damage is done. And hitting early with the macrolide, and this was why I think macrolides work so well in a metaphylaxis program. And remember, metaphylaxis is treating everybody when about 10% of the animals are showing signs. I think this is why macrolides work so good as a metaphylaxis drug, is because we're getting a lot of those animals in that early growth phase of the infection. So MIC and MPC, this is where this drug is really different. And this is a new concept in veterinary medicine. And a lot of this has come out of the human literature. This first started coming out with Baytril and Advocin. And Bayer was the first one to talk about this. And of course, we acquired Bayer. So I've been trained on this quite a bit. I did not know what an MPC was when I got out of veterinary school. It was something that was just not talked about. And I'm going to try to introduce that concept. So an MIC is a minimum inhibitory concentration. And what we do with antibiotics, so every single bug drug is a relationship. So you got a bug and a drug. Okay, so you got Pasteurella multocida, Mannheimia hemolytica, and each one of those have an MIC for each and every drug. In fact, different strains of Mannheimia hemolytica will have different MICs, and I'm going to show you some of that data. But the way we calculate an MIC is what we do is we take about 100,000 colony-forming units of the bacteria in question. So you do a deep pharyngeal swab or whatever, you get the bug that's affecting your animal. You send it to a veterinary diagnostic lab and say, I want to know what the antibiotic sensitivity pattern is. So what they do is they'll put it on a plate, then they take about 100,000 colony-forming units of bacteria from that isolate. They'll incubate it for 16 to 24 hours. And then what they do is they put 100,000 cells in each one of these wells. So the concentration of bacteria is consistent across the spectrum, okay? So the same number of bacteria. Then what they do is they take the antibiotic in small increments and just slowly increase the amount of antibiotic. And when you get to this area of no growth, that's the minimum inhibitory concentration. So that's the minimum amount of antibiotic that is going to directly affect the growth of that bacteria, okay? And then the question is, can we get this drug to the tissue where that bug is? So if it's in the brain, for example, it might be very difficult for a drug to cross the blood-brain barrier and get into the brain at a concentration here. So even though the concentration is only 4 micrograms per ml, which is pretty low, it kills the bacteria if it gets to that. But if the bacteria in the brain and it won't get to the brain, then it's not going to work. So you kind of have to know not only the MIC, but where in the body is the bug at, and is the drug going to get at that concentration? The MPC is what's called the mutant prevention concentration. And what we do here is it's conceptually the same, but instead of taking 100,000 bacteria, you take 1 billion bacteria. So what you're essentially doing is saying, okay, when I take 1 billion bacteria, I know I'm going to find at least the first mutant strain. So I'm actually predicting that there's going to be mutant strains in there, and mutations occur. And the problem with mutations is a lot of the mutations make a bug resistant to whatever drug it's that you're talking about. So conceptually it's the same, but it's a much, much, much higher dose. And 99.9% of the time, the MPC is significantly higher than the MIC. So what? What does that mean? Well, here's a schematic of what we have here. So on the x-axis is time in hours, and on the y-axis is the concentration of the drug at whatever tissue we're trying to treat. So I'm talking about BRD, so let's say this is lung. So I give my antibiotic, okay, and I've already tested it, so I know it's above the MIC. This MIC is this first line here, and the MPC is the second line here. So I know my drug is above the MIC. If it's also above the MPC, so this is what's called a pharmacokinetic curve of a drug. All right, it comes up, it gets to some maximum concentration in whatever tissue you're talking about. We call that Cmax, concentration maximum. And then over time, it falls down. And every drug-bug relationship has a curve like this. So it's different for every drug-bug relationship. But here you can see that this drug, whatever this drug is, it goes up very fast. It spends a lot of time above this MPC, and then it comes down slower, so it's leaving the tissue slower. So it spends some time, a little bit of time here. And the area above MIC and below MPC, that's the danger zone, okay? That's what we call the mutant selection window. So when our drug spends a lot of time here, we are kind of potentially selecting for mutants, right? So mutant bacteria. So at concentrations in the mutant selection window, the clinical response is very possible. A lot of times we see clinical response. I mean, I've been using macrolides all my practice life. Most macrolides spend the majority of their time in this mutant selection window. Dosing at mutant selection window, it does put cattle at risk of resistant strains. Another schematic of that is, here's my calf with BRD, okay? So the little green dots are my M. hemolytica, and my orange dots are the mutant strain of M. hemolytica. I come in here and I use my good old friend Mycotil, right? I come in and I hit the animal with Mycotil. It's a macrolide antibiotic. I'm going to pick on the macrolides a little bit. I'm above the MIC dosage. Almost all the dosage of macrolide that are on the label are above a lot of the, again, every bug is different, but let's say in this case, I did a pharyngeal swab. I sent it in, and Tomycin came up as one of the drugs. So I go out and hit all the calves with Mycotil. And in a perfect world, we got a healthy immune system. The weather's good. We don't have a train wreck. The calves didn't get chipped, et cetera, et cetera. 90% of the time, we're good, right? We cure a lot of the animal. However, if we have all of these things here that can happen, immunocompromised state, so let's say they were kind of immunocompromised to begin with, they had poor colostrum out here or whatever. This is the third time they've been treated for, you didn't know that, but this is the third time they've been treated for BRD. They just got shipped 400 miles. The weather goes what it's going to do here in a couple of days, go from 80 to 60 in a day or 50 in a day. So all of those things allow us to re-expose the animal to a stressful event. And we know the glucose cost of that now from the previous talk. But what happens is we get potentially, when we hit the MIC, we're clearing out the easy ones. We clear out the green ones, but we don't really get all the orange ones. We don't get the mutant resistance or the mutant strains. So what happens is we get here, and now our next infection is predominantly the mutant strain. And I think we're starting to see this in the field, particularly in the feedlots, when I hear a lot of feedlots complaining that telithromycin, doesn't work like it used to. Well, part of that may be because of this, right? We may be selecting a resistant strain. Whereas if you can hit an animal with the MPC dose, or the mutant prevention concentration, what happens is you whack that animal pretty good, and yes, you get all of the green dots, but you're also killing the first line mutants. So now when that animal gets reinfected, it tends to predominantly be the endemic bacteria that are in the facility or in the area, and you're not necessarily selecting for the mutants. So it's kind of a protection. So that's some pretty cool stuff that's coming out of the human literature, and that's one of the advantages of pratofloxacin is the chemistry of that drug. Most of the dosages that we're using are way above the MPC. And that's what's really unique about pratofloxacin. So the pharmacokinetics, we talked about pharmacodynamics and the effect on the animal. Pharmacokinetics is how the drug moves through the animal, right? Because we don't have the ability to give the antibiotic right into the lung. It's hard to, I'm not sure if I would even recommend an intra-lung injection. That's probably not a good technique. But we give the antibiotic, whether it's IV, sub-Q, IM. Prato is sub-Q, but it has to get picked up by the blood or lymph. It gets into the pleural fluid. It has to cross. So if you think of it has to go from the blood into the interstitial space and into the pulmonary epithelial lining. So it's got to cross. The pulmonary epithelial lining fluid, that's kind of the fluid lining the alveoli or the grapes, or where the air exchange is occurring, kind of where the rubber meets the road. And this is where the damage is done. So this is where the drug needs to get. So when we talk about MICs, the drug needs to get to, we have to know that the drug gets to that tissue in that concentration in order to do its thing. And Pratoflex has a very good ability to cross all these barriers and get into this pulmonary epithelial lining fluid, and it does it very fast. So, it's from time of injection until Cmax, maximum concentration in plasma, is only 45 minutes, right? So that's very fast. Your macrolides do this as well. Micotil, Draxin, and Crexa. Okay, your macrolides do that very, very well as well. And then it gets into the interstitial fluid. This is the lung. Okay, this is the first part of the lung. And then this pulmonary epithelial lining fluid. You can see it gets this interstitial fluid 90 minutes and the pulmonary epithelial lining fluid in 7.5 hours. Very similar to the macrolides. Macrolides do this very well. We call them fast-acting, long-lasting antibiotics for a reason. So there's really, some advantages here, but it is faster than some of the macrolides, but not all of them. But here's the big difference is, we get these spikes. So this is plasma, interstitial fluid, and then the black line is the pulmonary epithelial lining fluid. And this is hours on the x-axis. And you can see this is a fast-acting, right? You get these peaks. Now, 1 microgram per ml doesn't seem like a lot. You're thinking, that's not very much drug, all right? But wait till I show you the MICs of this compound, okay? So it gets in fast, it peaks fast, and then it drops fast. And this is part of why the withdrawal is only 4 days, because it gets out of the animal very quick. There's just a bunch of numbers on this. This is a lot of the pharmacokinetic stuff. So you can see the Tmax, Cmax. I'm going to skip that. This is what I want to talk about. So these are, remember I said every bug drug combination has its own MIC. This is Mannheima hemolytica, Pasteurella multacida, Histophilus somnus, and Mycoplasma bovis. These are the This is simply looking at fluoroquinolones. Okay, so I'm in class. So the ones that we have in animal medicine are enrofloxacin, danofloxacin, and believe it or not, we actually have ciprofloxacin as well. It's malpractice to write a script for ciprofloxacin because enrofloxacin actually becomes ciprofloxacin in the animal. The first breakdown step is to ciprofloxacin. So we're actually given ciprofloxacin. When we give a shot of Baytril, we're actually given enrofloxacin and ciprofloxacin. But you can see that pradofloxacin is equal to Cipro, greater than Marbo, Enro, and Dano, and so on and so forth. I'm a visual person, so I'm going to go to one thing I do want to point out is Mycoplasma bovis, right? So the MICs are very, very good for this drug with Mycoplasma bovis. So here's MICs. Now remember, again, I said each bug drug, and this is all Mannheim hemolytica. And you can see the number of isolates. So the green is pradofloxacin. The numbers down here are the MICs. Okay, 0.004 micrograms per ml, 0.008, 0.0015. So over 400 isolates. Remember what this is all Mannheim hemolytica. These are all isolates of the same bacteria, but they're just different enough strains to where you end up getting this MIC. And that's what I said, each bug drug has its own MIC. But you can see enrofloxacin and danofloxacin tend to be out here greater than 0.12 for almost all isolates, where there's not very many isolates for the pradofloxacin. The majority of the isolates are in these very, very low MICs. And if I go back to this graph, okay, most of those isolates, we're down here, 0.0012, even 0.12 is right there. Okay, so that's where pradofloxacin is unique, is it's a drug that has very low MICs for most of the bugs. This is Pasteurella multacida. Okay, so multacida is more of a problem. Actually, we're seeing more and more multacida in dairy calves. It's becoming, almost 50% multacida hemolytica. You go over to Europe and multacida is the primary problem in dairy calves. I'm talking dairy here, not beef. But again, very low MICs, and we look at, I'm not including that data, but there's another paper that I've got some data on it. When you look at the MPCs, those same concentrations that we got back here, we get up to MPCs, and a lot of our MPCs are less than 0.5 for this drug. So again, this drug spends very, very little time in that mutant selection window, which is one of the advantages of it as far as hopefully reducing resistant strains. So wrap it up, dual mode of action. This is kind of the elevator speech. Why is it different? What's the features, benefits? 2 enzymes, equal affinity instead of 1. So it gets DNA gyrase, DNA topoisomerase 4. Those are 2 major enzymes involved with DNA replication. Rapid absorption and distribution. So it gets in the animal quick. It gets to the site of infection quick. That's the pulmonary epithelial lining fluid. And it's got a very low MIC, a very broad spectrum, so it kills the majority of our BRD pathogens that we're dealing with. Nothing for viruses, okay? It's an antibiotic. Single low dose volume, so only 2.3 mLs per 100 pounds. And I will caution you, you don't want to underdose antibiotics. All right? You never want to underdose, because then you're favoring that mutant selection. So I know it's a weird dose, 2.3 per 100 cc or per 100 pounds, but we've got a dosing chart in there that shows you how much that you give per 100 weight as the animal goes up. If you don't like a 0.4, a 8.4 or whatever, make it 9, okay? Don't go, you don't want to underdose. You don't want to half dose or anything like that. So you want to at least use the labeled dose. And then it's quickly eliminated from the body. That also helps reduce mutant selection. If it gets in quick, does its killing, and gets out quick, the bacteria aren't exposed to it time after time, which is one of the ways they mutate and get resistance. So that's the drug. I know I skipped a lot of stuff. but have a few minutes for questions, comments, arguments, pushbacks. I'll tell you a few of the questions. I've already talked about one. Couple, yes, you can use it in animals over 2 months of age. You can't use it in animals under 2 months of age. You cannot extra label fluoroquinolones. We've got a short window in dairy for this drug. It's 2 months to breeding age, right? So we got about 10 months where we can use this drug. So that's one of the questions. Let's see, what was another question? Oh, probably the most frequent question I get is, okay, doc, I've given the injection. What is my moratorium period? When do I give the second injection? Again, this is a fast-acting, short-lasting drug. So, there is some activity post injection. So what I've been recommending, and I've talked to Dr. Tessman on the beef side, and they're doing that on the beef side, is we go 3 or 4 days after the first injection, and then give it a second injection. If the animal does not get better after the second injection, you need to class switch, okay? Go to a fluorophenocal or a macrolide or something else. Knock on wood, because the animal's probably in a bad way. I know a lot of this drug is getting used as kind of the final. I talked to a producer yesterday on my way here. The animals got macrolide, then they got fluoroquinolones, they got macrolides, then they got fluorophenocal. So macrolide twice, fluorophenocal once, and now he's on his second treatment with Prado. And I said, you know, some of these animals are probably not going to make it. I mean, that's just the reality, right? And you get 4 or 5 treatments in there. And then the other question is how would I position this drug? It kind of depends. If you're doing this drug is not labeled for metaphylaxis, right? So you can't treat everybody, nor should you, because it's kind of a waste with this drug, because if 10%, if you're doing meta, so you know you got 10% affected, then you probably got 15 or 20% are in that probably going to get it zone, and then you've got the rest that are probably not going to get it. This drug gets in quick and gets out quick. Right? So for those animals that are just getting exposed and just kind of have a very early stage, it's in and out before the bacteria really start doing their thing. So that's kind of where you want a long-lasting antibiotic, which would be your macrolide. So if you're doing a meta program, I think this is a great first pull after meta. So if you get incoming cattle and you meta them with a macrolide, this would be a great first pull drug. If you're doing a pull and treat, then I think this is a great first choice. And if you're doing pull and treat and your diagnostics, if you're using the Sense Hub or something like that, and your diagnostic capabilities are really good, or if you got really trained, really sharp people doing the diagnosis and they catch the diagnosis early, then I think this would be a great drug to do for first treat. And I would say, early on into that treatment phase, we're probably going to knock a lot of these out. The other questions I've had is, what about Baytril? If you're using Baytril as your pull and treat and you're having great success with it, there's no need to change to Prado. However, for those animals, and I'm not going to show you the data, but I got some data on using a cidal bacteria, so cidal static, static cidal, static versus cidal. And some of the feedlot data shows us that a cidal, not so much in morbidity and mortality, but the performance difference was amazing. Average daily gain, et cetera, was much better in a cidal. So if you are using Baytril, I would not hesitate, even though it's the same class, I would not hesitate to follow with a fluoroquinolone. So a Baytril-Prado combination, so to speak. Okay, so there's lots of different ways to use it. We've got some literature at the booth. There's some really cool videos that are online that you can see the mode of action with little cartoons and bacteria exploding, which is kind of neat. I didn't show it for the sake of time, but anyway, those are the most common questions I get. Any other questions, comments, arguments, or just everybody want to go drink a beer? Yes. Oh, toxicity. So yeah, I excluded all the safety and toxicity data. We've done, so the dosage is 10 mg per kg. We've gone all the way up to 50 with no detrimental effects. Certainly wouldn't recommend that. It is a premium price product, right? It's priced similar in the marketplace right now to Draxxin KP or Resflor Gold. Okay, so it is going to have a premium price on it. So at a 50 mg per kg, you're talking about, I know calves are worth a lot, but I wouldn't even treat it that. So stay with your label. All the work has been done with 10 label. I've had questions about the cartilage damage. That's pretty much a small animal thing with the quinolones, right? Quinolones in young animals. That's kind of a dog or cat. This is actually a cat-approved drug. It's called, I think it's, Scott, help me out. It's Veriflux, isn't it? Veriflux, I think, is the cat drug for this. But there are some, we've not seen any of the issues in young animals with this as far as cartilage damage. So good question. Yeah. Great question. So the question was, why can't I use it? Why is the 1 year on there and not 20 months? If you look at the macrolides and a lot of antibiotics, most of them say not for use in lactating dairy animals or dairy animals older than 20 months of age. So the simple answer to that is the reality is this drug is kind of a small window dairy drug, right? The primary use of this drug is going to be in feedlot and swine industry. So no testing was done in breeding age, animals beyond breeding age. If you don't do an efficacy or safety study in animals beyond that point, you can't include them on the label. We didn't do any animals over a year of age because we didn't think the use was going to be much beyond that. So that's why it's on there. That's flat out answer is studies weren't done. So that's why we can't use it. So, and plus there was no safety so the breeding age, we didn't give it to breeding age animals and then look at conception rates and fertility and all that crap. And all that needs to be done too if you're going to use it in breeding age animals. So those studies were done with the macrolides, not with this because it wasn't intended. We weren't going to, there's not much market there. And if you think about, if in fact, in our big data set, when we look at BRD out past 180 days, the tail of that gets really, really small, right? So that graph, if we go all the way back to my second or third slide, and we've got the records for those animals, that tail gets really small after 180 days. So we chose to stop it at 180 days, but you can see what's happening. It just kind of tails off. So there's not a very big market. Most of them have either been dyed, sold, culled, or, very few new treatments out there. So any other questions? Going once? Twice? It's beer 30. Thank you very much.
Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 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 1, 2. No, it's perfect. That's exactly what I want. Perfect.